Welcome, Nikki.
Hi. Now I'm not on mute anymore.
It's
Hi,
great to
And
see you. Thank you for coming in from Brazil.
okay. And Paola is going to join us as well from Colombia. I just spoke to her.
Oh,
So it's
wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that, Nikki. So this is Joshua. I think
Hey,
we
all.
met at
good.
dinner,
Yeah.
and this is Brian. Hey guys.
Hi, Ryan.
And
Hi,
yeah,
Greg. I spoke up there as well.
well, so we've got Rachel's coming in from well you're near Boulder, right? Sunrise Ranch,
Yeah, Sunrise is in Loveland,
Loveland.
which is where
Loveland. Oh, I love
yeah.
it there.
Hmm.
There's a lot
Steve,
of love there.
there's a lot of love there. Stephen's in Costa Rica right now, literally on like a permaculture journey. So we could do the yin piece. Steve,
Always,
help us with that.
always on a permaculture journey.
It's a good way to kick us off. Nikki's in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. Greg is in Santa Monica. Adam, I don't know where you are, Adam.
Austin.
I am just outside of Austin, Texas.
That's right. That's right. You said that. Yeah. So great to have you back here, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you. So good to be here.
Well, Rachel's going to kick us off into the year, and I know a couple of other people are joining. I'm expecting. So
Lucian Paola from Colombia.
Paola, it's my screen. Yeah. Hey, Paola, welcome from
Hi,
Colombia.
hi guys. Paola, yeah, from Colombia, Medellin. I'm right now in Medellin.
Wow, wonderful, wonderful.
Nice to meet you guys.
This
Thanks
beautiful
for the
state.
invitation.
Yeah, love your like Colombia meets the Alps.
Yeah,
Vibes.
it's a little bit Alp-wise. Yeah, I agree. I could be also
Like the
in
Alpine
Switzerland or Austria
cabin.
somewhere. Yeah.
And then Khan is up from
Thank you,
Vancouver.
Lucian.
Khan, welcome.
Thanks. Nice
Yeah,
to see you.
great to have you here. So let me just start with an introduction. So firstly, thank you, deep gratitude for time is I think the most precious resource we have to share. It's the resource we don't get back. So we really just deeply appreciate this. You know, the game, Unified Planet game it was birthed on Earth Day. It's extremely emergent and moving very fast. And really it's based on this belief I think many of us have that we need to come together right now and break silos and apply our collective intelligence, put us into a space of sharing our vision and purpose in the world right now. I'm recognizing that there are challenges so large that no single individual or organization structure that currently exists can tackle them. That we're at this kind of moment of a civilizational hinge where it's going to take new models of how we come together to apply our collective intelligence. And so just like Buckminster Fuller said, no, you don't change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. You know, just like that, we share Bucky's conclusion that the best way to approach that new system design is actually through a game. Bucky called it the New World Game. We call it the Unified Planet Game, UP.Game for short. And what we've been really synthesizing here is like a structure, a scaffolding that allows communities that share a purpose to work together collaboratively to share their knowledge, but then also attract resources around that critical mass of people, that expertise, that synthesis of ideas. And so you're in round two, and this actually is we're running. Hey, Sycamore, welcome. I'm just doing an introduction to UP.Game, and then we're going to go around and do some intros. But each week we're running new experiments, and what we find is that what we're seeing immediately is that there's no better way to do experiments, intentional experiments on the macro than on the micro. And what happens with the game is like each week is like a new container for us to actually run these experiments together and like say, okay, what are the conditions for collective intelligence? What happens when we synchronize our breath and we synchronize our heartbeats and like get into a place of like letting our heart truth in the collective come forward, and what does it emerge from that? And so that's the context, and we're right at the beginning. And so to give some more color to what's happening, we basically started 2 weeks ago we kicked off Sound for Health. We thought it was an appropriate place to start. You know, in the beginning was the word, and so we also have been thinking about what are kind of the key pillars that we can kind of bet on as we're redesigning the system. What are the key pillars that we need to bring together collective intelligence around, so that we have like a menu, if you like, a pillar of the temple, where we have subject matter experts coming together and like owning particular pieces. And so we started off 2 weeks ago with Sound for Health, with 22 subject matter experts in sound. And the first week was based on seed. And we have this process of seed, sprout, blossom, harvest that Rachel introduced. And so this week is kicking off on sound as sprout. And so there's a different culture, a different setup based on guilds and councils that I'll talk about later. And basically what we've been designing is this journey that takes subject matter experts that have already have solutions, but recognize those solutions need more people and more communities to adopt and experiment and fund, to synthesize those into what we call uploads. And these are like 8 fundable community solutions that our intention is to get out of a 1 week seed process together. And then we go on this journey where over 8 weeks, where the people can change, but what ends up happening is those 8 fundable solutions become 1 upgrade. And then the next 2 weeks is focused on sprouting those. So saying like, okay, who's doing what, who's in the field, how can we connect this in a way that can get us to the blossom stage, which is where we start to cross-pollinate these with existing initiatives in the world. And then we get to the harvest stage, which the intention is then to fund these solutions. And all along that process, our intention is that everybody that contributes is able to share in the collective rewards, share in the collective harvest. And so we're designing ways to incentivize that cooperation. So that hopefully gives you a taste. I'll be like throwing more like learnings as we go, because there's been a lot in the last 2 weeks. But I'd leave it at this, that when we're facing whole system collapse, there is no better way for us to experiment together than bringing heart open, like incredible, like leaders, community leaders of change, bringing them into a circle and like letting, without agenda, letting what wants to emerge come through, is phenomenal training of like real-time responding to systems change. And so no matter what happens, this time together is going to be a learning experience for us all around like, how do we experiment in the space of emergence, in the space of like rapid prototyping solutions and coordination and collaboration, and getting to the bottom of like, how do we prove that cooperative advantage outperforms competitive advantage? So that's an intro. Welcome all. Jeffrey, thank you for joining. Thank you, Galaxy J3 Star, for joining. We don't know who you are, but you're very welcome.
Cool name.
We don't hear you. You're on mute. All right.
I think you're on mute, Patrick. It's Patrick Patton. He's been with Sunrise for many years. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, I was muted, sorry. And I'm Galaxy J3. I didn't do my name, so I'm going to be listening in the background. Looking forward to what y'all have to say.
Yeah,
this is for you. I think you're just about there, right?
How'd you know?
You know, they found a black hole 2 weeks ago that's only 1,000 light years. It's like 10 times closer than any other black hole. So yeah. So we'll welcome Sycamore, welcome Patrick, welcome Jeff. Thank you so much for being here. Let's say I want to hand over now to Rachel, just to take us through this yin piece, and just to give some context here. We're big believers in fractal theory with the game, and part of the experimentation is like, how do we mirror nature? And one of the observations that I think we can all have of society is we are out of harmony. We're out of balance. We're out of sync. We're human doings more than we are human beings. And so part of the design process of like the game was, how can we respond to that? How can we create something that is experientially fundamentally different to how we traditionally go about reimagining systems? I've been part of at least 100 WEF meetings, World Economic Forum meetings, where we've done this kind of thing of like, let's reimagine this over dinner. You know, Nikki knows it well. Some of us call it WEFing. So the question for us is like, how do we put ourselves in the place where we can show up as our best self in service of the planetary commons, in service of this moment in time, where we recognize actually what we're coming together is actually around like intergenerational wellness, multi-generation, 7-generational wellness. And so what we came up with was a structure based on yin yang, based on being and becoming. And so this was something that came out of Esalen, these Esalen labs. And so we started off where 50-50 of the meetings, half of it is focused on connecting to ourselves, connecting to each other. Think of it as like self-mastery meets collective mastery. And so we do all sorts of things like breath work, movement. We've done like a lot of sound last week. And so this first part of the meetings as we go through is an invitation for those of you that have a practice that you would like to share. We kind of source it from the players of the game. And so as we go through, depending on your availability, you're very welcome to contribute something into that yin space. And Rachel's going to take us through today, and then we're going to go around just to see who's here and ask a kind of pointed question. That's the yin part. Then the other part is the hour that we go to in 11:30, and that's the yang part, which is all about becoming. And this is where we go through a process of the week. We will break into breakout groups that will ultimately lead into guilds and councils around this. But that's really where we're applying our collective intelligence. So, and that's where we're trying to synthesize, like if you had a magic wand and could come up with the 8 biggest systems change efforts around food, reimagining food, not based on like the system being as it is now, but saying, okay, here's the experiments that we could run, or here's the solutions that we could apply. Like, let's synthesize that into one place, because once we've got that for food and for sound and for health and for wellness and for community and for all these different layers of society, it's going to be a really profound way of like funding, moving more and more capital in to fund those community solutions. So that's hopefully gives a good intro. And Rachel, do you want to lead us into the yin piece, and then we'll go around and do intros?
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much, Lucian.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you so much to everyone who is taking time out of their busy, busy day, their busy, busy land project, their busy, busy everything else project that they're working on so wonderfully and so diligently, to come into the space of collective possibility and to hopefully emerge with a new level of thought pattern that can be offered to the world in a way that creates a higher level of health for the whole system that we currently live in, called life on planet Earth. A lot of people, I think, have been discussing whole systems redesign and reimagining whole systems development. And I was recently in a conversation with a friend of mine, and she very matter-of-factly stated that it's perhaps not a whole systems redesign that we're looking at embarking on together, but perhaps a whole systems reintegration to the system that we have become so isolated from as human beings. A reintegration back into the system that's been here since the beginning of time, that we've chosen to steer away from out of our own self-righteousness, out of our own, creating our own system of disbelief that what was already existing was not working. And so we needed to create something new, and perhaps out of a way of creating from a place of distorted patterns that led to a distorted reality that so many people on earth are experiencing right now. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being in this conversation and willing to share your Gaia wisdom, your innate understanding of health, of whole systems, of biodiversity, and the importance of it, both on a microscopic level from the cellular function of what makes a human being and the biome of sustainability and homeostasis work for the body, but also to understand the significant importance of soil biodiversity, as well as the nutrients that are created from that level of care that's been given back to the earth, that then create the whole person, and then in turn create a society who are very, very, very focused in creating a biospheric, not just consciousness, not just communication, but a biospheric collaboration model that can be given to each other for the sake of all life that we are innately connected to thrive exponentially. That being said, sometimes, as we all know, in the work that we do here, at Sunrise Ranch, I'm on 400 acres, and we have about 6,000 square feet of greenhouses and several acres of a biodynamic farm here, as well as some orchards and things like that. And we also have a community of about 100 people that we feed, as well as, before COVID, 12,000 unique guests and different farmers markets and CSAs and things like that. And sometimes, like the story that I'm hearing in my head right now is the story of there was a chicken that wanted to make some bread, and this chicken, this hen, would ask, who will help me sow the seeds? Who will help me water? Who will help me, and it takes it all the way down to where the hen actually has the bread, and when the bread's made, everybody wants to eat the bread, but so few people wanted to help participate in the creation of that bread. And I don't know what the full relevance of that story is in this particular group setting, but I do know that people who show up in the level of care that they are bringing into the way that they sow the seeds, the way that they water the plants, the way that they care for the nurturing of their environment, and the way that they care for the nurturing of even just the words that they speak into form can create so much nourishment. And so I'm bringing that story in because when we open up this container in just a few moments to hear your words of who you are, the seeds that you're bringing forward, and quite possibly the vision that you're holding in the mastery that you've chosen to focus into, that you bring it in such a way that your words become a seed in this time that we spend together, and others will bring into the space as well and grow and nurture the seeds that you are sharing. Because I believe this information that you'll be sharing today will be recorded, and then that information will then be grown upon as the weeks pass by. So when we do our brief introductions, clearly stating maybe who you are, where you're from, the projects that light you up the most right now, and quite possibly in your mind right now, given this very unique time that we're all experiencing together, given the tremendous amount of knowledge that you have taken the time to gather through the years, and what is that apex point That could be that black hole, that galaxy vortex, that place where it becomes an unusual seed of attraction that gathers the rest of the garden to us, the garden of humanity, to then begin to nurture those seeds and grow them in service to all life again. So does that make sense? Is everybody following what that could possibly be for them? Are we feeling that? Do you know what that is? Is it burning inside you yet? Is it the thing that you came before the call? Or is it the thing that just happened right now when you allowed yourself to open up to what the invitation of this moment actually is, that you get to lean into as one of the revered guardians of the future?
So good, Rachel. Thank you. And let's just take a time to go around, maybe like 1 to 2 minutes each person. Start with you, Greg, because I know you got to go. But just let's try and keep it short so that we can move into discussion today. I think in particular, it's like who you are, where you're coming from, project, as Rachel said. But also kind of what, if you were to synthesize your Dharma, like what I personally feel, Joshua and Brian feel the same, that life has been preparing us for this moment. And so if you can share, if we can drop in together and share, what do you feel your Dharma is in relationship to food for health, in relationship to, you know, that's what has drawn us here together. That I think will be really powerful as like setting that initial like tone that will take us through the time we have together. Over to you, Greg.
Thank you. If I may, I'll take 2 minutes, and if you can give me a 1 minute warning, that would be very helpful. Not a warning, but 1 minute notice, please.
Sure.
I'm very, very grateful to be here, and then be with all of us here. I'm just deeply reflecting. 33 years ago, last month, I moved into the home I am sitting in. And I began being aware of watching the weather patterns every day. Like the indigenous, we know when things are different. And that became clear to me about 15 years ago. And as I sit here, I think of water, like Masaru Emoto's work, that we all are already water that holds the innate intelligence of an infinite number of seed crystals that we already are, but the intelligence is not in the pattern or the idea, but the knowingness that water holds all of that infinite potential as infinitely telepathic. So the biomimicry of that, for us to recognize what we already are, and then to embody that, has been my, you might say, a metaphor of my inspiration, and sitting here and seeing what it is that is real. I'm already connected to all of the infinite intelligence that you are holding. So how am I to express it in the pattern of physical reality and the nature that I am in this building? Being that everything we touch see is nature already. So that's led me to just come to the recognition that large gatherings of us in cities, every city has similar patterns. So therefore, why not start here, as I did 30 years ago, thinking about what we can do to birth LA as a pattern that can then inspire and co-inspire and be inspired, such that each of us sitting in our place with this resonance in our hearts of connection infinitely together can express that larger pattern that led to biomimicry for finance, working with the ideas of whole systems and all the whole systems ingredients applied in as many different ways as there are rose plants on the planet, without needing to be the red rose compared to the yellow, but look at how wonderful, but it's still all rose as a biomimicry of that. that leads to the essence of what I'll leave with, that bioregional pattern with food crops, 20,000 types of potatoes that could be grown in 20,000 different types of ways, inspiring restaurateurs to work with regional farmers to then take the heirloom seeds out of the crop trust and then create institutional frameworks in partnership with groups like University of California, and then create new ways of financing that fractal is the essence of what we're doing with my group. So we don't have time today, but I thank you for that. I think I've already gone over my 2 minutes, so I'm going to stop. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, so much. And we'll dive a lot more into the bioregion approach, and also you're holding so many codes on funding and moving like large state funding into these experiments as well. And that's where my hunch is where we're going to lead by the end of the week, is there's going to be like some really clear projects to go to like Gavin Newsom and get funded as experiments. So
let's talk about all that together with those who are already in that conversation with Gavin, and then we look at how we can pattern into that.
Exactly.
So there's deep, and I've been so busy, and I won't be able to join you for the rest of the week, but I'm very excited.
Yeah, we're going to keep you in the loop on this, Greg. So
thank you.
Thank you all.
You all very. I'll be on for a few more minutes. I've got 11:30, so thank you so much.
Stephen, I know you're in the midst of meeting people in Costa Rica. So do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you. I feel like I always have to go on. Anyway, thank you. So yes, I've been in Costa Rica for 25 years. Moved here after watching a playground full of indigenous children get sprayed by a Chiquita banana crop duster. Knew I wanted to dedicate my life to a redesign that not only helps the people, helps the land, helps everything. And so I've been working on that for 25 years. Punta Mona is my farm on the Caribbean. We have one of the largest collections of useful plants on earth. I've been literally nonstop everywhere around the world collecting plants, getting them there, and then spreading them Noah's Ark style. I just spent my whole morning today working with one of our nursery guys where we're literally repainting Costa Rica with fruit trees along with my partner here, Itai. And I started a couple of eco villages. The one that I live in, Jeff Mendelsohn is actually one of our early investors. So glad you're on the call, Jeff. It's called La Ecovia. There are currently 45 families living there from 22 countries. We have 50 kids in the school that the parents co-created. We recently purchased the property next door, which is 170 acres. We're doing 120 more lots. This is all merged with massive reforestation, massive food forest, major food production. And we're focusing now on elders. We're creating a whole elder village. And now we've just identified 4 properties around us. Our goal is to get a replicable model of 1,001 hectares, which is 2,400 acres, and literally create this model that merges conservation, reforestation, regenerative agriculture, food processing, cooperative farmer brand driven agriculture, community, at least 1,000 families, an urban space within this, as well as festival and conference centers. I'm also one of the co-founders of the Envision Festival, which we had 10,000 people last year. So a lot of these pieces we've already been doing. This isn't a far off dream, but like literally fully in motion. We're ready. We're already like getting ready to start massive nurseries so we can start planting these 1,000 hectares. And I think what I would want to bring to this conversation and to anyone that is working towards goals like this is the genetics, how important the genetic piece is. We need to get massive nurseries in all of our land projects, spreading the best genetics, not only on our own properties, but in the bioregions where we live. And I'm absolutely stoked. And yesterday we launched the Ecoversity. We had Alex Gray and Charles Eisenstein and a whole cast of beautiful characters. We had 3,500 people register. We want to be a platform for anyone, anywhere that wants to start teaching really this new global redesign skills, from the spiritual and more on the yin side to the, yang building, outward creation, all of it. So really feeling so stoked and confident and honored to join these conversations, and totally available to everyone to support.
Love you so much, Stephen. And I watched yesterday. I was there. I watched your talk on
Awesome.
University. I watched it through Unify, and
Awesome.
Charles Eisenstein, just amazing work.
He's amazing.
Yeah,
Wow.
amazing work. I'm so proud of you. So proud to be your friend. And I think there's what we're sensing. I'm sure everybody has got holding codes, holding pieces on this, but part of what is underway is to launch a game, a unified planet currency called Stars. Is how we're thinking about it. It's not like a typical cryptocurrency. It's like think of it as like an in-game token.
Mm-hmm.
Where like in Super Mario, you're collecting stars and ding, ding, ding. And the question for us is like, how can we create an ethical currency, like a common good currency that's a planetary currency that isn't being played by nation states and is actually kind of like outside of the current system? There's a lot of design principles around that, but one of the first is like, how do we go back to the gold standard, but instead of it being on gold, being kind of like a Gaia standard? And so a big part of like what we're thinking about and beginning to see, okay, who are the peace holders around this, is like, would it be possible for us to create a planetary land trust that would be able to like create a cooperative network of places like what you're doing in Punta Mona, what David Levy's doing here in Maya Kamas, what like, you know, multiple projects going around, Mushroom Farm and others, like for us to start prototyping, you know, even potentially Pachamama Alliance, partnering with them, with the Ashwa people at the Sacred Headwaters of the Amazon, you know, start to piece together these bioregions into essentially a like a land trust, and as like living examples of the planetary commons. So there's a lot here that we're going to get into, and this is going to be one of the pieces that we imagine will come through this week of collective intelligence. So we'll keep you in the loops. Stephen's giving us an epic tour there. So thank you so much, Stephen. I want to
Thank
really
you guys so
appreciate
much.
you being here. You're gonna be kept in the loops as we go through this week.
I'm here to support, and I'm excited. And thank you for doing all that you do, Lucian. You're amazing. And I'm gonna go join my hosts.
Love you, brother.
Love you.
And so let's go to now, dear friend of many years, Nikki. Let's move to you next, and then Khan, and then Sycamore, and then Paola, Jeffrey.
1 or 2 minutes, please.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I moved outside because I thought a bit of sun to nurture all of us would be good. Rachel mentioned that, you know, what keeps us excited these days, what projects light us up. And for me, it's like my reflections are really about food as a commons. I'll share a bit about what we do, but it's about the fact that there's so much going around about wellness, and we are what we eat. We've heard that so many times. And what concerns me is, what are we if we don't eat? So, you know, that inequality when it comes to access or quality of food, and it's becoming so evident during the pandemic now. And so my big question to everyone would be really, you know, beyond what we are, what we eat, but what are we if we don't eat? And what we do with the organizations I'm working with, Gastromotiva, that I'm co-leading, is a social organization in Brazil, using food as a social change agent. So we do education around food, we do job placement, we work with nourishment within the communities. Now we're distributing food to those that are most in need, so food for all. But most importantly, what keeps me awake these days and excited is the potential that we have with a movement that we started building, the social gastronomy movement, and Lucian was part since its incubation, which is now becoming a reality. So through the movement, we're trying to tap into the collective intelligence. So just like with this group, we're tapping into the collective intelligence of social entrepreneurs around the world. So from the Amazonas to Cambodia, we have people working with food as a social change agent. And we're trying to look for the local community solutions and giving them light through connecting them across the globe for potential scaling. we bring collaboration, because what we see is working in silos, both on the local level of these organizations, but as well on the global level. So we go from connection to collaboration, and then eventually into the collective impact methodology. So how can we have a common agenda and common measurements? How can we be stronger together and giving light to what's already happening around the world? And Paola, you'll meet in a little bit as part of the movement as well. So I thought it'd be great to bring her on. And I think the big mission is as well to go from ego to ecosystem. And I do believe that right now we have this great potential for that. And we're seeing it happening in different levels already, because we've seen surfacing so many gaps in the system. So when there is no food in the supermarkets, but that's the reality of so many people. They don't have food in their households every day like we do. And so how do we become less dependent on these systems, but actually as well more interconnected? So move away from systems, but interconnect between us in order to create our daily livelihoods. So I guess what I'll bring into this group can be around these learnings from around the world, and listening to the voice of a local community as well, those that don't have access to food every day.
Beautiful, Nikki. Thank you. I love you so much. So happy to have you here. And yeah, I was in Rio. What was it? It was about a year ago, right?
A bit more, yeah.
Year and a half ago. Yeah, and it's just the work there at Gastromotiva with our dear mutual friend David Hertz is like incredible. I helped serve probably about 70 homeless people.
100 every night, yeah.
100 every night. Food that was entirely picked up from food waste, and we put our white aprons on and served an amazing 3-course meal. And
it's about dignity, right?
Sorry?
I think the biggest part is the food, but it's also the dignity you can create through this act of service. So it's not only the food that we eat, but as well how, and making it a commons, to be served, to have fine food for everyone. And that's, I think, the most.
It was when I think about the moments of visceral experience of the commons, and like I've grown up around empowering people with dignity. It's a big part of my father's foundation, and really my father's life work was around dignity. And so that experience and connecting food and dignity is just so key to the future of society. So we should definitely bring in dignity as a thread here. I think we should bring in like ego to ecosystem. I think we should bring in, like Stephen talked about genetics. We may have like the seeds genome project or something come out of here. That's the kind of thing that can come out of like the unified planet. Think of the unified planet as like a seedling of what is the World Economic Forum for the next system. Is like how we're thinking about the emergence of these guilds and councils. So with that said, Khan, I love this man so much. I've got so much respect for Khan, and all I'd say is, like, as far as the people that I have not a shadow of doubt are in the history books of the future, Khan is in those books, or whatever they'll be written on, and I have no doubt is going to reach his mission of feeding 1 billion people by 2030. Khan.
Thanks, Lucian. You are way too kind. It's so nice to see you. I'm Nikki. I was inspired by you going outside, so I thought I have to go outside a bit, and this is just beaming here from just outside of Vancouver, Canada. Yeah, so Lucian, thank you for being such a curator and lightning rod for bringing great ideas across the planet, and actually helping people mobilize and understand what we're all trying to do to create better systems around, not just, around many areas of how we connect to each other and to the world. And this one around food. Food is so important, and really at the center of a lot of our social lives and our survival. And a lot of what we're trying to do, I started a company called Terramera while I was in university, really on a challenge that that agriculture could not be done really, that organic agriculture couldn't really be scaled to feed the world. And we've gone much further to actually try to understand what's working and what's not working across our systems of food production, really trying to understand and link together, you know, food, nutrition, agriculture, and climate and the environment. And so we've approached that in a few different ways. First of all, really trying to see and look at the things that we can control and the things that we do in agriculture to actually affect how plants grow. So, you know, plants, you know, take signals mostly from the environment, as, you know, the sun comes out, or the type of the light spectrum, the length of the day, to turn on their seeds and react to things that are happening in the environment. But then we also, in agriculture, do a lot of things. We spray things on our farms. We manage farms in different ways. And as humans, we actually are responsible through agriculture for managing 50% of all of the you know, habitable land in the entire planet, which is a huge responsibility and a huge opportunity. And so what we're trying to do is really, first of all, understand what's working and what's not working. What, you know, do we need to use the amount of chemistries that we're using right now, or could we use much less and get much better outcomes? And as a result of this process, one of the things that we've been building towards is not just understanding those things on a micro level in terms of how they're affecting plants, but then starting to correlate the best practices of what people are doing. So the vision is over the next number of years to really start codifying en masse the best practices from traditional or conventional, or, you know, all kinds of agriculture, on how it affects plants, how it affects the yields of plants, and how it affects how it affects nutrition, and how it affects important markers that are important to how agriculture can actually benefit the regeneration of soil and you know, pulling carbon out of the atmosphere, to not only to improve plant outcomes, but to really help as you know, a major part of you know, the fight against climate change. So we're doing that at a level of trying to understand you know, at the molecular level, what's happening when we make these changes, but then also correlate that to, you know, a large amount of data through what we call our plant intelligence engine. So a lot of work, you know, we're definitely scaling it out over the coming years, but you know, as we do that, you know, hopefully it can become a tool that and rely and trust what's working and what's not working, rather than, you know, a lot of how we deal with our systems, which is just believing that this is working or not working.
Well, this is, thank you so much, Khan. And yeah, Terramera is just doing such incredible work here. And what came up last week with sound was something called the Sound Genome Project, which is specifically looking at sound frequencies and what actually like scientifically improves health, or like attacks infections, etc. So we can kind of go from woo to true. And in the same way as we created you know, the Human Genome Project, what I'm hearing is we should have like similar structures. I know there's a number of different projects that exist around this with seeds, but like this question of like, how do we package up everything we know into a commons could be something that we wrapped up with sound into something called the Unified Planet Sound Council. And so Unified Planet Food Council could be similar, and it's like just from a structure, so you start to see kind of what's emergent here, what seeds we're planting. So thank you so much, Khan. I'm going to move next. Let's go to Sycamore, then Paola.
Greetings.
Greetings,
I think most of us have met already, so I'll be brief to support discussion. Yeah, my name's Sycamore. I'm an edge dweller between the land and the water, between the old and the new. I consider myself a gardener and a chef. Those are like the two masks I wear in cultivating food and preparing food. I am also a bridge builder. I started off as a KKK, Krispy Kreme, and KFC, suburban Catholic American brainwashed child, and now I'm an animist vegan West Coast chef. And so to make that journey archetypically in my own self, I'm a rite of passage guide to help others do that in their own journey. I believe that's really important, that we actually hold intimate private space, not just online platforms, to actually help people do the physical and spiritual multidimensional quantum level DNA strand activation shifts in their actual bodies. And so I do that with the linking of soil health to gut health to mental health, in directly correlating the molecular improvements of a clay loam, the direct molecular improvements of your tight junctions in your small intestine, and then your serotonin and neurotransmitter receptors in your brain. That can be done in the garden while we're planting flowers, and that can be done in the kitchen while we're making dinner. My main work is in between the realm of nurseries and seed banks. This morning I harvested several thousand arugula seed from a greenhouse that we've been growing all winter for a locally adapted seed bank. We launched our seed company this week for a company called Lion Seeds out in the Sierra foothills, and then transitioning that into food experiences so that people can directly experience the healing power of food, from the soil to the kitchen, sleeping in the forest, and creating a whole new body. So that bridge building work between the old and the new, and the rites of passage work is really my focus in person. I'm much more focused on earth sites than websites. And so I'm grateful to be in a constellation of people that have such a diversity of skills. Thanks again for this invitation and this collection of superheroes.
I love you so much, Sycamore. You're living archetype here. So exactly. So sometimes we say, when we're thinking about the game, what if it was as simple as bringing together the archetypal characters of the future into a co-creation of Senius, and and how much fun is that? So Sycamore, such a pleasure to have you here. Paola, thank you for coming in all the way from your alpine home in Colombia.
Thank you. Actually, yeah, I'm really grateful that Nikki invited me to this group, because I feel very connected at the moment. Regarding my journey, I actually started as, I don't want to call it like very traditional, but like in business, and I lived in Germany my whole life, and worked for different kind of companies as Lufthansa and Airbus as an innovation consultant. So it was all very, I would say traditional, like very narrow-minded in a way, not very connected with nature, not very connected with what we're doing right, or what I'm doing right now. And when I left Germany to kind of like understand my roots and connect again with the country I'm actually from, which is Colombia, I started to go back to my origin. And I have felt that today, like as I'm here talking with you, I'm every time like getting closer to nature, closer to this nucleus, the origin. And I'm passionate about open innovation, about movements. I worked a while here in Medellin with the government, and we built up an open innovation city network in a way, with more than 56 cities. And we started in Medellin, and then we brought it. It was called Cities for Life. So it was a lot about like how to create cities with people who are thriving, which are connected with nature. We talked a lot about like acupuncture, urban acupuntura, or acupuntura urbana. Which was very superficial, not superficial, but it was like a global movement. And then I decided to get involved into a community and to support there. And I wanted to bring like co-creation processes to communities to see how I can like connect, because I feel like I'm a connector as well, and I wanted to support in vulnerable communities close to in Medellin. And then I started to work with food, because women started to tell me that they would love to like to learn how to cook better and how to nourish themselves better. And I just realized that there is a lack of knowledge. Like the people, like the most vulnerable, have no access to the knowledge we have. And that's why when Nikki talked about food for all, I think I would like to complement it with nutrition for all. And nutrition not necessarily is only food, right? So nutrition, like I'm getting nourished or nurtured right now because I'm here with you talking about our ideas, and the same possibilities I would like to bring to the people who less access have. And unfortunately, it's the people who are like in the most vulnerable in a way. And so that was the project I created like 2-3 years ago. Platos Sin Fronteras it's called. And then, I don't know, like destiny and how it should be. I got to know Nikki and the social gastronomy movement. And now I'm going back from local and working with communities and bringing nutrition to all, going back to a global movement. And like what I learned on a local scale, how like supporting and how to bring it to many more and inspire, as Nikki said, like social entrepreneurs around the world who want to work with food. And everyone who is here right now is like working in the food system. So I'm that is my journey still. So right now I think it's all about the and the connection, and especially about the co-sensing, like feeling together, sensing together. And then once we sense together, I think we can really like successfully co-create projects which have a lasting impact. So thank you so much, Lucian, for inviting me, and Nikki. Thanks.
Beautiful. Thank you, Paola. Such a pleasure to have you. You're in exactly the right place. We're all about the co's here. So let's go down this list. We've got Adam next. Adam, great to have you here.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm out in Austin, Texas. I run a company called Upcycle Organics, where we reach out to landowners and we implement large-scale permaculture design projects and build food systems in the Rocky Hill country of Texas. I got really interested in this concept of arable land, as that seemed to be what all of the data was on. And so I started looking at the non-arable land and really having a great desire to build gardens and food in the non-arable parts. So on the tops of the hillsides and on rocky shelves. On any given day, we're building ponds and berms and planting trees and building garden beds. So that's kind of my yang piece from at a disaster response, an emergency response background with a group called Team Rubicon, where I feel like they're a great piece, or at least their systems of operation are a great piece for this group, because they're able to, within 48 hours, deploy 30 to 60 well-trained individuals to anywhere, currently domestically, but also internationally. I worked with them in the Nepal earthquakes. And so to see this very well-oiled machine of logistics, finance, deployment, small groups, large groups, getting out to places, being very well supported, being able to take care of communities in need, work for 7 to 10 days at a time, and then return back, get resupplied, get a shower, and then restart that same system. I've always, the thing that lies on my heart often is, how do we take that deployable system for disaster response and use it for agriculture? These food desert areas, how do we just go in with 12 to 20 people and in a weekend or 2 weeks, just hammer in a large scale garden that the community itself can then stay and manage? And that's the piece that I would love to be part of, is just that workhorse, moving massive amounts of earth quickly for large projects that last for centuries. The yin piece that I've been holding is a practice from the ancient Vedic texts called Agnihotra. And it's a very small fire in a copper pyramid, burnt right at sunrise and sunset, burning cow manure soaked in ghee and it emits a subsonic frequency. So I would love for some more study with your sound group to just study the harmonics of that super sensible sound. And the idea is that that frequency, whatever it is kind of a subsonic reboot button for toxified sites. And it just kind of reboots these areas that have been overly contaminated with a variety of different chemistry. And it injects nutrients into the atmosphere and works as a bit of a foliar application of nutrients. So I found that from a purely scientific perspective, started using it for 2 weeks to a month. And as it turns out, it has immense spiritually deepening practices as well. Truly, truly profound meditative enhancement as well. So it's a rich practice that working with a documentary team to try to get more of the science behind Agnihotra brought to the surface so that it moves from this ancient piece of Hindu mythology to it's a scientific tool that can be utilized to enhance environments.
Adam, this is a kind of beautiful case in point. We're all about the ancient future here. So how do we bring in, these practices and add bring in resources for the science as well? Because it's like William Gibson said. He said the future's already here. It's just not evenly distributed. Similarly, the solutions already exist. They're not evenly distributed. And so what you're describing here is the perfect example of the Unified Planet Sound Council and the Unified Planet Food Council having a baby together, which is going to be what we see as like deep structural systems change in the planetary commons is like our intention here. And just to remind, like, the Unified Planet's for everyone. It's not a company. It doesn't belong to anyone. We're in service to this to try to get that initial like tone for like what does the planetary commons look like, and then build a fractal model on top, which is the whole design of the game. So thank you, Adam. Great to have you here. And Jeff, should we move to you next?
Sure.
Thank
Absolutely.
you for being here, brother.
Sure. I'm glad to be here. I've been mostly off media. I've been really enjoying being in nature and not interacting that much outside of my place. So I'm also on a farm. I can look out the window there, and I'll start with my yin. It's kind of amazing. I'm living with my girlfriend and her 2 daughters, and it's been my first experience, like for 3 months now, being a family, and it's just been totally incredible and beautiful. So living on a farm, hands in the dirt, and forming really amazing bonds with guys, children, and my partner. In terms of background, I mean, some of you know me. I started New Leaf Paper in 1998 and ran it for about 20 years, I guess, 15 years. And then for the last 10 years, I'm advising and investing in businesses, including a bunch of food businesses, including Thrive Market and others that try to address food issues. And I'm right in the thick of this topic, so I was really excited to see Lucian, you brought this topic to the front. I just launched a new company after years of just not running something for a while. It's been great, called Local Code, and the mission is to help communities build wealth and well-being through regenerative development. And we're right at this nexus of wealth and well-being, of local enterprise and health and healthy systems. And we chose Michigan to launch. So I've got an employee on the ground. We have contracts on buildings. We're going into a traditional main street in a low-income neighborhood. There's no grocery store anywhere near these downtowns. And there's a lot of farmland, and they're growing beets, corn, and soy, believe it or not. And it's all super industrial. So it's a tough situation, but it's exactly where we need to be. I mean, we're in a Bay Area bubble or a California bubble a lot of the time, or left coast bubble. I'm really excited to be in Michigan with low-income people in the Rust Belt. And the timing's great. There's a local nonprofit that's covers 14 counties. We're about 2 hours north of Detroit on the ground, and that nonprofit's run by this amazing people, and their whole their message is the link between financial well-being and health. Michigan has huge obesity and diabetes issues. So we're right in the thick of it.
Thank you, Jeff, and this is going to be these local, like what you're doing with local code is such a piece here that could be applied to the commons. And so what we really love to do is that you relate to the work of the Unified Planet as something that ultimately is going to be a co-op that local code can be part of being a founding member. And what you're wishing to do in the commons can be, the Unified Planet can be a way to bring others into that. So just give you a sense of how we're relating to it. So let's go, Vaughn's here. Welcome, Vaughn. Patrick, or AKA Galaxy J3 Star. If you could come next, great. If you've got a video, would be wonderful. Thank you. And I'll unmute you. And then we'll go to Mackenzie, and then we've got Josiah, and Vaughn now. So over to you, Patrick.
Yeah, let me get in the shade here. Okay. Well, what's up, everybody? This is a lovely surprise. I wasn't planning on doing this. Rachel just gave me the information, but I've been a permaculturist and a farmer and a designer for about 15, 16 years, and fairly active here in Colorado with the Colorado Permaculture Guild. Last season we did a gathering up at Sunrise Ranch, a state gathering, and this also in conjunction with the Permaculture Institute of North America, with Peter Bain and a handful of other teachers on the continent. And so this coming season, we're actually going to be hosting a North American summit. It's going to be a leadership summit, and it sounds like a lot of you folks are prime to attend or even give some talks. So I'll work with Rachel to connect you all to that event. Anyway, I still think that the permaculture design course, the basic two-week course that Bill Mollison laid out, is one of our strongest tools in our tool bag for empowering the people who have developed the interest and the inspiration. So I think that's important to continue, and to continue to train teachers. We're going to be doing a teachers training course here in Colorado, up in northern Colorado as well. Yeah, so personally, I do mostly residential designs and installations. I have a design and build company, and yeah, really trying to push the paradigm of what residential landscapes can look like. I think that there's a lot of beautiful crossover from the call it the more farming centric, production centric world of permaculture and agriculture and local agriculture, along with kind of blending that into a hybrid for neighborhoods that, you know, kind of like this typical middle to upper middle class suburban world. I think there's traction there, but I definitely agree that the movement needs to be global. So I'm really appreciating all of the work that like Stefan was doing in Costa Rica, and I've heard a few other global folks, and working with the less privileged as well. So to wrap it up here, I think that, yeah, we've got a big important mission to bring these ideas to the mainstream. We already kind of know who, right? Like there's a collective of us. We know what needs to be done, right? We need to build habitat. We need to preserve genetics. We need to improve our stormwater management paradigms and such. And I think that needs to get into those skills need to get into the hands of conventional designers. So landscape architects, civil engineers, architects, folks who are already having an impact on the environment, a big impact, right? Need to, I think, be empowered with some of these tools, because it's not that they don't agree with them, it's just that maybe they don't have the access or the knowledge to it. So I see my role in this as a somewhat of a an inspirer. I think that this movement can be a lot of fun. I think that our gatherings together can be a lot of fun. Even these types of calls are fun. And then when we gather in person to bring joy. And one of my favorite parts is the talent show of the design course because of the culture that it brings. So
yeah.
I'll wrap it up there. I must have hit my 2-minute mark. Appreciate being on the call. Good to meet you all, and look forward to what's created from this. Ciao.
Yeah, no, Patrick, that inspire is exactly right. We think of the gatherings for the game as kind of gathering together the storytellers that we see, the people that are holding kind of really clear narratives that we can kind of amplify. Bounce maybe might be a word, and so that's kind of what the Unified Planet is about. Is like, how do we find those people that are holding codes for the future and amplify them into a collective container where more of what they're aware of can get funding, and all sorts of resources, not just financial capital, but all of the resources necessary to have the kind of propulsion, the sort of the collective ludicrous mode for us to get into enough momentum that everyone in the world clearly knows there's a project going on to redesign the world. So with that said, let's move to Josiah. Do you want to go next? Great to have you here.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Sure. Let's see. I'm also hanging out in the woods and loving it. If people weren't suffering, I would be like, let's just do this to some extent, although I do miss gathering with people. So thanks for providing this virtual opportunity. Let's see, quick background. I'm a landscape architect. I run an innovation lab at a civil engineering firm for the last 8 years. Before that, I had a company called Design Ecology that was a design firm that did a lot of urban ag, including the rooftop farm with Farm the Roof over in Berkeley that Ben Farr built. And you know, I put food on walls, I put food on rooftops, I put food in greenhouses tacked onto parking garages in Jackson Hole. I'm a little bit notorious for sort of trying to do things that haven't been tried before, but I've also worked on a few big farm master plans, organic farm master plans, and have developed sort of some good relationships, community of kind of other designers who are doing that. The work my company's working on goes beyond that to just, I mean, mostly we're doing civil engineering, and a lot of it's net zero water and things like that. So we're a big sustainable infrastructure outfit, but food is definitely part of that scheme. And I've been working with circular economy quite a bit lately, mostly overseas, but looking at how food integrates into like a fully cradle to cradle, using how to recover the nutrients, how to recover the water, using biodigesters to make bioplastics or fish food, just all kinds of crazy things like that. It mostly comes out of my upbringing on a hippie commune in Northern California, and then I was a permaculture guy for a while, and I had a company that designed and built things like that. So, you know, I'm all over the place. I was involved in Berkeley's Building Integrated Sustainable Agriculture conference for a bit, and have done some eco-farm presentations on edible architecture and things like that. Really interested in, I'm not really keen on like these huge vertical farm things where you're building $1 billion building to put a bunch of equipment in so that you can make a $20 tomato to sell at Dean and DeLuca's with homeless shelters propped up against the back of the building. But I am pretty interested in things like dual skins on buildings that help them heat and cool themselves more efficiently, where farmers can basically have greenhouses in between the actual building envelope and a secondary skin that's sort of a greenhouse skin, or rooftop farms, you know, things like that, hydroponics. So I'm just trying to figure out how to get food into the sort of human constructed universe and hopefully use that to get healthy organic food into food deserts.
Josiah, you're in the right place. Thank you so much. I'm delighted Brian invited you into this circle. So we have Mackenzie next, and I think then we're going to do some more context setting. Oh, and Vaughan. Mackenzie and Vaughan.
Hi, everybody. It's been a hey, look at that. It's been a little challenge staying connected. I was sad to miss Josiah talking. Brian, thank you again for reaching out. And there's some really wonderful people on the call today. Karn, I'm super thrilled and interested to have a conversation with you. Your talk earlier, really makes me think a lot about what we're doing with our platform. And I shared some links last week. I don't know if everyone's familiar with GeoGrow. I know a few of the people on the call are. Jeff Mendelsohn, it's good to see your face. Josiah as well. Marvelous to see you, brother. And Vaughn, I think we exchanged an email last week. So I'd love to follow up in that conversation as well. Sycamore, always makes me smile to see your face. So really a sweet group. Lucian, well done. I'm thrilled to see how this came together. And Paola, your work in Colombia sounds fascinating. It's one of my favorite chunks of the world. Adam, I don't know if I know you yet, but yeah. So here, I'll share a little bit of the day. There you go.
Yes.
So you can see 110 miles from this deck. And I moved into this house over the weekend, and it's freaking thrilling after 3 days of busting my ass to finally be here. But there you go. Welcome everybody to the Front Range between Denver and Boulder. And in general, Lucian, what can I check in about today? We're busting ass on a few things, but
just it's really I think what is your dharma here? Like what do you feel is yours to do that you want to bring into the space? Because what we're beginning through this process is we wanted to do a deeper introduction today for everybody, and then we're going to go into a process of like refining. I've been taking some notes to kind of feedback, but imagine that we're on the call our own food Captain Planet scene. We want to know what you're coming in with.
That's beautiful.
What archetypal character in this journey that we're on together are you?
I'll be giving the massages and pouring the champagne. Yes. That's,
we need that too.
No, I actually think it's a kind of a beautiful fusion. Again, I was bummed to miss what Josiah said, but I think it's a really natural, beautiful fusion of much of what Karn was sharing earlier, what Sycamore was sharing earlier, and what the follow-up. I'm sorry, I didn't see who was talking, but from Texas doing the upcycling organics piece. And so, again, in all three of those, I heard you talking about GeoGrow. So if I shared the link last week, if anybody's unfamiliar with the system, I'm happy to share it again, but, let me, if I can explain a bit why, it comes to that. When we think about geoponics, when we think about growing plants in soil, and we think about the etymology of the word geo and the fact that geo means earth means soil, our connection to the earth is the soil. When we look at the dynamics of climate change and the water cycle and nutrition and food, all the way to what Sycamore was talking about with the comparative biome between soil and our guts, there's a tremendous opportunity to recognize, the relationship and the equation between the health of our environments and our health. Health as a concept, as a ubiquitous sort of orientation, but simultaneously something that people know so very, very little about. There's a real core distinction when you talk about nutrition with minerals and nutrients. Nutrition was literally, born of the notion that we could eat, nutrient dense food. Minerals sort of upping our conductivity, not just as beings, but in a lot of ways, plants, mushrooms, etc. and we get the better versions of them when they're more conductive, when they, you know, can handle and have the capacity for more bioelectricity. The food tastes better. It's more live. It's, you know, there's so much to that conversation. But at the core, you know, I feel like any conversation around scaling soil comes down to the application of your product. So if you talk to people that are in the compost business, if you talk to people that are, you know, making growers mixes and compost teas and soil amendments and that kind of thing, the challenge is the application. You know, if you're a forester, you know, you're unlikely to put a couple inches of compost on top of your forest. You know, if you're a field farmer, you know, there's a lot that goes into, you know, treating soil at scale. I'm sure a lot of the people in this call could tell you about all the pain of, you know, rotational grazing and cover crops and, you know, native grasses and et cetera, trying to bring back, you know, the richness that the soil, you know, had before we started, you know, throwing fungicide into it by the plane load. And so, you know, in general, I think GeoGrow presents a really unique opportunity to do the things that I heard a few people referencing earlier. You know, not only the correlation between living soils, but the right kinds of living soils with the right kinds of microbiology. You know, and then looking at, you know, plant expression, genetic expression from the seed up on a real-time basis. You know, really truly being able to curate the growth of specialty crops for nutrient density, for color, for flavor, for size. You know, being able to work with plants, not against them. You know, build for plants. You know, not for maximization of production. And so, you know, our whole approach to agriculture focuses on what the plants want. You know, what's the best input and environment for, you know, this plant or this mix of plants, and then really working with buyers for, you know, what is the best case scenario plant for you, for your chefs, you know, for this situation, you know, for your inputs. And so, you know, I would consider GeoGrow the most productive and efficient self-contained soil-based growing system on earth. And it provides a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, Mackenzie, this is exactly the kind of, you know, example, like how is GeoGrow a founding member of this model that can take some of your methodologies into the planetary commons and scale? So like, how can we be a partner to amplify your life mission?
Well, what I heard everybody talking about earlier was complementary technology, and in an ecosystem sense, in a self-organizing collective intelligence sense.
Yeah.
You know, the people on this call and sort of the diaspora of the people that aren't with us today, but are part of our, you know, personal ecosystems. It's extraordinarily necessary to make this all work. You know,
it's like think of it as like the body. Like, we just don't have the fascia in our system because we don't have incentives or funding for it. And that's partly like, think about the unified planet as the fascia. It is the, you know, it is the connective tissue. It's the synapses, etc. And so we have, if you think about like food silos, we have plenty of incentives to build bricks. We don't have enough incentives to put in the mortar. And so we're building a system that doesn't have resiliency, that's based on like being conquered by capital. And so part of what we're doing here is looking and saying, like, how do we recognize that we need mortar, where the ideas exist, the solutions exist, the projects exist? How do we shine a light on those and scale them at a way that's like, you know, it is responsible to the needs of the planet and people? So,
well, and recognizing that the value chain is exactly that we all have a part to play in the interdependence that makes this work. And traditionally, particularly in the Industrial Revolution, everybody in the value chain, quote unquote, had to make their money. And everybody in the value chain had their own concerns and their own agendas and their own, you know, that outlook simply doesn't work in this world and in this model. And so as much as, you know, Josiah's working on what he's working on and Karn's working on what he's working on, et cetera, I'm certain that, you know, with half the people in this room, we're going to be able to sit down and come up with some pretty direct ways to, you know, make our technologies interdependent, to look at our finance models and recognize that vertical integration from a finance and insurance perspective is pretty much the only choice. You know, so I'd love to hear more and tell us we're on track.
Mackenzie, you nailed it. Basically, we're creating like food systemic permaculture this week, like across, like we're literally doing it with each other. And so imagine each one of us is a different crop, and we're actually like looking at like, how do we bring that together into something that's like more than the sum of its parts. you know,
Well
human
said.
life, because it actually doesn't take that many people, which is the amazing piece. It's like we can do systemic change with 12 people, like just synthesizing those ideas and then like amplifying them as much as humanly possible. So we've got so just Savannah House Marathon today. We've got the first UP.Game on food from 11 till 12:30. Then we've got the council on the Guild of Sound Technology meeting at 12:30. We've got the Sound Council meeting at 1:30, and then we've got the council on sound, the Guild on Sound Portals meeting at 2:30. All on this Zoom call. So, with that said, Vaughan, could you finish us up, and then I'll do some next steps and like where we go from here. Just this was really the kind of like a round for us to get familiar with who's in the room and the kind of the why and the what we're doing here together.
Yeah, great to be here. So I have a lot of hats that I wear, but I'm most passionate about connecting to this mycelium network of all these different solutions that everybody is offering and seeing how best I can support the efficiency of the resources in between all the different mushrooms. So how do we connect the greatest solutions, the greatest models, to the other greatest models that make them all more powerful together? So I've been kind of on a mission of researching what are the greatest models, what are they doing right, what do they need help with, and supporting them with other models that support it. So it's taken me on a lot of different rabbit holes that I dove into around America and around the world. And I just recently flew to Hawaii to meet an inventor of a system called the Earth Power Lodge that creates energy out of algae. And then the byproduct of energy is a biostimulant to regenerate the soil and is like a super nutrient dense medicine for the plants. And so a system like that is, then I look into what could that support. And so I've studied different ways where people like Gregory Landau and others are creating a green cryptocurrency that gives financial incentives to farmers to create soil regenerative practices and biodynamic farming and things like that, that gives them financial incentives through connecting to insurance companies that have a vested interest in healing the planet. Obviously, everybody does, but go figure, we need more of a vested interest. So they give financial incentives, and other companies that give carbon sequestration models and things like this. So connecting to all the different team members. So then essentially, I want to link those two, for example, to creating the cryptocurrency with the Earth Power Lodge. So the energy that is produced through this currency system is creating a byproduct that directly heals the planet as well. So,
sounds like fractal design.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, cryptocurrency is actually damaging for the planet. It causes a lot of harm. So how do you create a system that is not making so many compromises where the greater good is in service, but it could do things in a way that every aspect of it is regenerative and creating a holistic approach to healing the planet?
Beautiful, beautifully said, Vaughan, and like perfect example of the intent here. I can see we've got a role that we've created called Sherpas. And Sherpas like play a role in the guilds and connecting the guilds and the council. And just in terms of what your life mission is, that being a Sherpa for the like emergent, we hope, this kind of unified planet food council that can look at these issues and see that being very applicable to your skills. So just to synthesize some things from what we heard, because part of our role here is not as subject matter experts in food, although we're of course picking areas we're extremely passionate about, but we're the novice rookies here. What we're looking at is like where I hold expertise over the last 12 years is as a synthesizer, as someone that's listening, looking for like what are the pieces that can come together into a repeatable like fractal structure, like the kind of, imagine us building a hive together. And so the game is for us is not about populating what goes in the hive, but the structure from which we can build upon. And so what the intention is of this week is we will meet together, those that can. We're going to do a different experiment this week because 2 weeks ago we kept everybody together as a group of 22, and then we had 8 breakout groups around 8 different topics. This week we've intentionally wanted this to be actually a bit smaller, and for us to stay together and synthesize that together, because 22, it ended up being 30 in total. There were 8 facilitators last week, and that was quite unwieldy as a group of people. And so see yourself as founding players of this game. You're founding players of a game that our prayer is will be played by at least 1 billion people by 2030. But the goal here is that you're helping actually shape what is a game for us to accelerate systems change and accelerate more value creation in the planetary commons. So just an example of that synthesis, I wrote down 8 kind of potential upgrade areas, and this is something we can share by email and come back to it tomorrow, just with time. But the 8 was number 1, urban food. So things like sustainable infrastructure, like cradle-to-cradle solutions within urban environments could be a big area to prototype, including stuff like Nadim with the mushroom farm, where you can have like the urban infrastructure of partnering with local regenerative farms. Super interesting things there of having the game as a way to experiment. Imagine if playing the game would give you access to your local regenerative farms that were also members of the co-op, and through your playing of the game, you could access essentially like similar to CSA boxes, but your food supplied through this, because the Romans did say bread and games. The next one was food genome. So this is kind of a wrap up of like food and seed banks, soil, like this kind of the intelligence. What do we know around like what Stephen Brooks is doing, and others have mentioned this on the call, Mackenzie as well. Third one was food education. So like ecoversity, getting like more trainers in this. Josiah, you talked about this, but and others. This is super interesting and often left out, and this is something Sycamore you raised, which is food reverence. So this question of how do we bring in ritual and rite of passage, because this is something that is so deep to our collective culture, and it's something that has been largely lost at great cost. And so part of what we're looking at with the Unified Planet is it's not just technology solutions, it's as much cultural solutions to what is our shared responsibility to walk each other home, to do that collective healing project. So food reverence, ritual, rite of passages. So the next one may become a subcategory, but I wrote down the food and human biome. So like looking at the biome here, I think is like an area of the commons. If we think of the biome as a metaphor for the commons as well and the collective, and super interesting things. Next one, 6, was food technology. So things like geoponics going in there, Khan, some of your technologies. So looking at what aspects, if we were to do a Linux of food, what would that look like from a guild in kind of in service of like how do we gather together the greatest technologies and scale them around the world as fast as possible. 7 was planetary land trust. So getting to what Stephen Brooks was talking about with the 1,001 hectares project. How can we start to create a kind of decentralized planetary scale organization that allows regenerative farms, allows bioregions, allows like huge projects such as like how do we make sure that the Pachamama Alliance, their work with the Ashwa people, that how can we create kind of like a decentralized national park at the source of the Amazon River through this kind of like planetary land trust. Lots of really interesting things there that will relate with food. And then 8 was community regenerative development. So connecting a number of pieces that were on the call today. This isn't by any means, this is just like first round of synthesis. But it gives us kind of like 8 streams. It gives you a sense for where we're going to be going from here, which is this bringing this into a package that we call an upgrade that can then go to the next stage of saying, okay, let's create guilds and councils to put this into reality to start testing hypotheses of how the commons can serve the collective. So hopefully that gives you a sense. I'm going to send invites for tomorrow for the meeting at the same time, and meeting from 11 till 12:30 each day this week, Monday to Thursday. And so please come to what you can, and also an invitation for you to invite people that you think can contribute here. In particular, we're very conscious of diversity and recognize that we are very male heavy today. And so just wanting one of the things we really intend is that to create as much diversity of thought and diversity of experience as possible, so as to best serve the commons. And so any support that you can give us on that would be enormously grateful. Personally, it's been a very challenging week last week. One of our shared best friends died in a car crash on Mount Shasta. And so we're a little behind on what we might otherwise like to be. So very much kind of inviting your collective support, which you already are doing today. His name was Boz. But it's very much part of shaping all of this. So with that said, we've actually got the next group coming on. Shane is already here, and Mark, our next sound group coming on for the first guild on sound technology. So love you, Sycamore, love you, Patrick, Paola, thank you, Nikki. And feel free, if you want to just listen in, just one of the things at Savannah House, we often like to throw a salon and a meeting upstairs at the same time, so they all collide, because really interesting things happen. So if you want to listen in and just see where we're at from a guild perspective, on a particular sound technology guild, you're welcome just to listen to us. But thank you, Khan. Feel free. I want to respect the container of time we set each day. Thank you, Vaughan. I will follow up in a few hours after this marathon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughan. Hey, Amanda.
Hello, Lucian.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Danielle. Hi, Danielle. Hi, Shane. Hi, Mark.
Hi, calling from the car, so I'll do my best to make sure I'm on mute as much as I can.
Thank you so much for being here, Danielle. Yeah, delighted to kick this off. So we've welcome, happy Monday, everyone. This is the first Unified Planet meeting of a guild. So we've had the Meta Guild for the Unified Planet, which has been trying to come up with the Meta Council, that's been coming up with certain structures around this. And we have a thesis that this ancient idea of guilds, which are kind of vertical based, and councils, which are kind of horizontal based. So think of it as a guild is like a train going in a particular direction for society, for the future society. And so the Sound Technology Guild is all around what is around the world, all of the different technologies that could be applied to transform, to accelerate systems change. And then the Sound Council that we'll be meeting in an hour is like the train station. So it's what guilds need to be created, what resources do they need, how can that Sound Council best serve the planetary commons for sound? And so that's how we're thinking about this structure. And it's a hypothesis, we're kind of testing it, but it's actually an ancient hypothesis, and actually how we've organized society for way longer than this current broken model that we've got. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your contribution. I hope everyone saw the upgrade, and just prototype number one. And what we wanted to do now was go through this journey where each step of the journey, a smaller number of people that are kind of focused come in, and they choose based on their own purpose and motivation. They choose to continue their participation, and new people can be added at each gate. So the gate we're at, we've gone from seed last week to this week is all about sprout. So it's all about taking those 8 areas, and in particular as they relate to sound technology, saying where are the low-hanging fruit that we can within a few weeks go to funders and say here's the kind of baked solutions, the community solutions. So this week's about Sprout. We then have a week off, and then the following week is about Blossom, which is where we'll bring people together from the two guilds. There might potentially be more guilds, but the two guilds and the one council will do cross-pollination, and we'll bring everybody back in that week and bring others that are interested in this space to start pollinating. Essentially, we'll have flower archetypes and bee archetypes, and then the final we'll have a week off, and then the final week of 8 it will be harvest, and that will be where we collectively look at bringing in funders into this ecosystem that are interested in funding sound solutions. And part of what we're doing in a real-time basis is thinking through how do we kind of flip the model on what might traditionally be seen as like a multi-level marketing platform, but instead design a way for people to serve the planetary commons based on their own capacity and needs, but that as projects get funded and they become like real world engines for the planetary commons, that harvesting can go back to the people that planted those seeds and that sprouted those seeds and that blossomed those flowers, and into the harvest of those that are there ready to go and execute at scale. Because ultimately the game to work, for us to win the game, is everybody wins the game. It's that we're doing a wholesale systems change for us to live, you know, in a planetary civilization in harmony with all life. So hopefully that's an intro back. And Shane, massive gratitude to you for volunteering to be a Sherpa for this. So, and
Sound
gratitude
family.
to this one.
What's up, y'all? These are like all my homies now. Like, I look so forward to just spending time with everybody. It's so good to see y'all. Did you tell them how we kicked off food?
I said we kicked off, yeah.
Like, we kicked off food and it's gone really, really well. We're excited about that group too.
Awesome.
So this kind of ever-evolving thing, we can just feel the momentum of it coming. And excited.
Already food and sound babies happening.
Already happening.
Because
we were describing what happened with sound, and then food people were like, wait a second, you did what? Like, yes, okay, like we can join forces. So all of this ever-evolving process is happening, and we're grateful to all of you to be at the forefront of it, and excited to see how these guilds and the councils come to form. So we'll be playing with it like we did last weekend, the week before. Again, and just this is what this open format is about, you know, all of us showing up in a circle, coming together in equality, and creating something. We really got legs with the ideas we have so far, so excited to just dive in and go deeper.
And so the invitation now is this is where our expertise is really shifts into just a kind of supporting role. This is very much your life work, and so what we're interested in is like how can we provide structure that helps support this moment of realization we're all at, which is we need to work together. We're designing the game as a way to like accelerate how we work together, but what that content, like what suggestions come to the service is really coming from you. And we want to find ways to amplify them. So, Amanda, Shane, Danielle, this is like this is the time. Mark, you're here. I'll introduce Mark as well because it was a beautiful serendipity yesterday. But this is now the time to take those 8 uploads that made the upgrade and go and say, okay, which one is relevant to the Sound Technology Guild, and then what are the kind of fundable solutions that we can take here. And like, how do we make sure that those that are bringing them are being effectively remunerated if their solutions being brought to the commons? And so this was a great example that we had last week with Shane, where if we were to go and design a model of like producing sound bowls and like autonomous sound bowls, self-playing sound bowls, and were to do a project to go and say, okay, we want to get these in every school, for example, and start saying California. That's the kind of tangibility to being like, okay, we know collectively all the people that can go make that get done. And that's like a win. And that will be what we would be doing at the harvest stage. So we want to get super tangible now. And we want to get down to like, okay, we all believe in the commons and we believe in co-creation. So like, what are the things that the Sound Technology Guild could tangibly take on? So that's the context for like kicking the guild off. And then really how you go forward with the guild is your discretion as well. Like we're looking to support where we can, but these guilds will have their own culture, and we're kind of planting lots of seeds by each week, picking a new topic and then inviting them to create guilds and councils, and basically letting 1,000 flowers bloom and seeing, what can happen. So each week is a new experiment for us of like localized systems change. So with that said, Mark is a dear friend, someone I respect enormously as a like sound innovator, sound and all sorts of immersive experiences. He's been part of the Savannah House family, did an epic silent disco here at one of the 2030 parties we did for SOCAP, that the police still got called for. Mark, we just ran into each other on Saturday in Golden Gate Park, and we ran into each other all sorts of magical portals. It's never not, Mark. But maybe, Mark, if you could just start by introducing yourself to, we've got Danielle, Shane, and Amanda. And Vaughan is listening in from the previous one and also loves sound. So,
yeah. Well, hi guys. So interestingly enough, Shane and I have been working together since like last year, and one of my contributions to the sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So my background is I'm an event producer, and Shane and I have been working on bringing sound healings to the Bay Area, specifically for me, San Francisco. And we did our last event, I believe it was the first or second Sunday of March, where we squeezed in one last one before shit got serious and we had to lock it down. So Shane and I I think we're still friends, right, Shane? Yeah, Shane and I, no, seriously, we bro down, and I'm happy to say that I've got a good, strong connection with him. I don't know yet Danielle and Amanda, but I'm sure that our paths will cross again. And my interest here, and forgive me for this is my first join in, so I haven't been at the last event. I don't know where we're at, but you're right, Lucian, where we ran into each other serendipitously again. I keep running into you like LA, Croatia, Burning Man. I'm like, this guy keeps popping up on my radar, so I'm just like, okay, there must be something here. And
funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I love it. And then I was a fuck yes when you were talking to me at Burning Man last year, and you just mentioned something about the projects you're working on. The Savannah House was new for me, new on my radar as of last August when we were at
when we moved in.
Burning Man. So then you were mentioning this word guild, and instantly my body just kind of like started vibrating. I'm just like, okay, I'm not sure what that is, but I want in. And then running again into you on Saturday reminded me that I was bringing a sound project to Burning Man this year, which was sound healing to the playa. Well, now the mission has changed because Burning Man's been canceled. So now I'm looking at, okay, where can I take this technology that I'm assembling right now? And content would come from people like Shane, where we're doing live and pre-engineered or pre-recorded information as well. So anything to do with sound and getting it out there. And just last week, I caught wind of how coronavirus has its own vibration, which can be disrupted through sound. So now I'm just like, okay, how the fuck can I get involved on this? So this is a starting point for me, and I am looking at every opportunity that I can to bring this. I'm trying to assemble the space, the vehicle through audio equipment and stuff like that. So obviously live sound experiences are different than pre-engineered, but I'm not discounting at all pre-engineered. I mean, pre-engineered or sound projected, which means amplified sound healings, because they work as well. So anyway, I'm here to find out how I can be of service and join in on this. And I'm interested in the program of everything that's going to be presented today. So I'm excited to be included in this. And thank you, Lucian, for inviting me in. And I hope to bring value to this gathering as well.
Beautiful, Mark. Yeah, sometimes the serendipity, it's just you just got to follow the magic of the grand player. We're all following this amazing new melody, you know, the tune that we're all dancing to together. So Shane, do you want to take it from here? And you know, we're here to support, so anything we can do this week as it's getting started and seeded, let us know. And like, we're just going to listen in now for like where you take it from here.
Cool. You know, thank you for the Savannah House and for Lucian and for Joshua, for you guys for, you know, like bringing all this together and, you know, just adamantly showing up every day, and also giving me a bit of a like thing to show up for every day, because it's been nice just doing nothing recently and being able to have something to do that is near and dear to my heart, and also can actually move to fulfillment in a quicker timeline, and very much especially considering right now we are kind of slow on all of our projects because of the way that our whole economies are being inhibited. So being able to kind of create these small pods of opportunity that can potentially grow through our time off is really, really important to me too. So, but that being said, I suppose, I guess I'll, since the robotic arms and like the automated crystal bowls and all of this kind of stuff was only really spoken of in a couple varying conversation pieces in the last week of these segments, I suppose I should probably start it off with a little bit of history of like where it comes from, and then where I see it going, and then ultimately creating the structures of how we can actually bring this, you know, into essentially what I have kind of considered roughly about a 5-phase kind of implementation to be able to mass scale it. And some of the people who are here on this call, I've actually already spoken to this with about. Amanda and I have had long conversations about the utilization of these tools. And then Mark has also been by my ear nerding out about this type of technology because of just, you know, what we could use it for as one, particularly as an art piece, but then two, ultimately being able to, as Lucian was mentioning, like being able to bring it into schools, into homes, into, you know, every corner of the planet for anybody that needs it. So I guess to give a little bit of preface to it, I don't want to take too long for the storyline, but pretty much a couple years ago, you know, I was actually in an ayahuasca ceremony, and Pachamama kind of was showing me the trajectories of my life in terms of like how I could affect global consciousness. And one of the biggest conversations I had with her in that moment, hilariously, came up through a vision process of what she showed me. And I'm not sure if anybody here has seen the movie, but if anybody is familiar with the movie The Core, this is actually where the vision came from. And if nobody has seen the movie Core, I'll give it a little bit of a preface. Where basically it's kind of like one of those doom and gloom movies, and they just have to, they end up like kind of messing up the planet, and the only way to repair the planet is they have to drill down to the iron core of the planet and restart it. And one of the big pieces to the conclusion of the movie is they figure out that they have to ignite nuclear bombs at different sections in the core to basically make all these ripple effects that basically create this grand harmonic that then ripples out and creates this massive ripple that completely allows the core to restart. When Pachamama showed me this particular vision, because I was like, why'd you bring up the Core movie? Like, that's weird, you know? And then I thought about this kind of like massive resonance. I was like, wait a minute, that could kind of work in the same respect of how like sound healing could work across the planet. Like imagine if there were different installations all over the planet that were all resonating at the same frequency and like creating all this massive activation at the same time, then you're able to kind of raise the global consciousness all at the same moment. So to which then I was like, well, how would you do that? Because you're only a sound healer, you're only one person, you only have two arms, and you don't really like doing live broadcast of in terms of like doing pre-recorded stuff or all this kind of stuff. And this is where the idea behind the crystal bowls came from, combined with, I think roughly around the same time too, I had been introduced to the Gamletron. And if anybody here on the call is not associated to the Gamletron, doesn't know what it is, it's basically an automated art piece that originated from two artists coming out of New York, that they created robotic randomization of playing pot gongs. So if you can imagine kind of like a conveyor belt of just pot gongs, and then they have the mallets on top of them, they were able to create randomized synchronization between the pot gongs, basically like tapping the gongs intermittently. And so this kind of inspiration was like, I wonder if we could do that with robotic arms, but like to a much, much higher degree, especially with the use of robotics. And so this kind of like tumbled me through a couple different wormholes, ultimately leading to today, which has, grown into this opportunity from utilization of art combined with business, combined with the opportunity to kind of create our lives a lot easier for those of us that are sound healers. Because it's like, I don't know about anybody else, but like my arms hurt from playing bowls all the time, and I can't live my life in the way that I want to because I'm always serving. So to be able to create these different opportunities that can really scale, that is relatively easy and accessible to most people, as well as seeing the future of where sound healing is going, and that I feel like the future of sound experiences are eventually going to be studios. Like we're going to see an explosion of sound healing studios over the course of the next roughly about 10 to 15 years, especially because where sound healing was or is right now in terms of the market is where yoga was about 10 or 15 years ago. And we all know what has happened with yoga ever since. So, like there's almost more yoga studios than there are Starbucks now. It's crazy. So, for every gym, there's like 2 yoga studios. So, the more that we can kind of jump on this.
Shane, one point about that is this was actually a hard one. We were kind of brainstorming following our final retrospective meeting on Thursday. Around, let me go into the center here. Around the structure of the guilds and council. There's clearly one council for every game, because that's horizontal. But the guilds were like, okay, this clearly sound technology is this like enormous category, and we were like, the sound portals, the structures that can go into public spaces that could be brought. Obviously, there's a deep relationship between that and sound technology. So they're going to be, that guild is going to be meeting Emil and Serena leading that guild, and it's going to be meeting at 2:30. And so the end of this week on Friday, we're going to have everybody invited to a kind of shared session. We'll look at what comes up, because part of what we want to do is connect dots between these guilds so that the efforts can really be shown, that you put capital into this effort of the game. You put capital through the council into the guilds, and in doing so, you've created this engine that's just going to outperform alternative models. So just wanting to connect the dots there as you're
Totally. Yeah. And that's where, and thank you, Lucian, for bringing that up, because this is where, in a certain respect, in a lot of my self-reflection and a lot of the modeling that I did, because I've done a lot of the business formalities around, I guess, to give people a little bit of an up-to-date on what I've been doing in regards to this. So this isn't just some kind of like cockamamie idea that I decided to kind of create in my brain. Like I've actually been talking to logistics companies, talking to robotics, talking to a lot of people in the varied fields within this, to get some more traction around like how viable of a model could this be. Of course, in a certain respect, from the sound healer perspective, I've gotten a lot of pushback from sound healers, but then I've also gotten a lot of support from them as well, because they're just like, dude, that would totally make my life a lot easier. Or I could totally see this type of device being, you know, like for a massage therapist, for a Reiki healer, you know, where like they, instead of playing their music on their Sonos speakers, they get to literally have crystal bowls playing live for them at any given time. And then to build off of somewhat what Lucian was speaking to in regards to the sound technologies, the getting them into public spaces and all this stuff. I've seen this particular device being twofold in terms of its application. Well, actually, its application is very, very diverse, but being able to work within the markets currently, in that it could create its own studios where you actually have a full facility you go into, or it just works within the paradigm of the current construction of what already exists. So there is no needing to kind of like tear everything down and you know, build everything from scratch. I mean, we could, but we don't need to. That's the slight other beauty of this. So the efficacy of it being able to go to market quickly is only going to be limited by its ability to be adopted quickly for more and more facilities, whether it be corporations, private studios, people's home, hospitals, military bases. You know, like, think about the application of where this could go, and it can probably be there. And this is where creating the robotic arms was kind of like, as I was sitting on it, I was like, wow, this thing could actually be like a gold mine in terms of how much funding it can create. Like, not only through how little it would cost to actually create something like this, to then the massive scale of how you could bring it out into the world. And then the variable levels of products that can kind of come through it. And not necessarily that the profit and revenue generation is the main key, but more so that, you know, to make it applicable and scalable, we have to make sure to be very business minded about it, while it still generates enough income for those that are utilizing it and creating enough foundational income to keep it going. So so from that perspective, you know, identifying the certain sectors of economies that we can tackle with this is going to be, I think, the other journey that's going to be more of the kind of, as Lucian was mentioning earlier, about like the low-hanging fruit, figuring out like, okay, you know, once we can get this into like a beta test, get the hardware going, because what I figured out, at least through this whole journey, is that we actually don't have to create a robotic arm, which is beautiful, because I don't want to have to compete with a million other robotic companies. What we actually have to create is the hardware that translates the information to a robotic arm that then does all of the information that we need. Because when you, and I'm going to go a little bit into the hardware piece and the software piece now, so you guys can kind of understand more of the technology portion of it. For years, I had tried to figure out, like, do we need to create a robotic arm? Do we not? And ultimately what I realized was that we actually just need to create a mallet. And what I mean by that is the crystal bowl mallet, actually I don't have it on me right now, but the crystal bowl mallet is the most important piece, along with the software. And what I mean by that is that the crystal bowl mallet, when you really take what's going on when you're playing a crystal bowl, you have to break it down into its most technical aspects. And most of that is going to be pressure per square inch, because that's going to be the pressure that the mallet is touching the bowl, to the way that the mallet is tracking the information, like gyroscopically, of how the mallet is moving around the bowl, and then also and then displacement, from some of my friends who work in the robotics divisions have told me about, where displacement is, it's basically 3D location within the physical world of how it's moving around, whatever object it's moving around. And so being able to create a mallet that picks up all this information, and then software that then translates that information and works as the intermediary between the kind of live process that's going on with playing the bowl to how that translates to the robotic arm. And those two things, thankfully, some of the people I've talked to who either work in robotics or have designed software for robotics, they were like, dude, we could do this for less than like $150,000. And I was just like, okay, that's a lot more reasonable than, you know, like a $2 million project. So that being said, given this group, I know a lot of people are going to have their kind of variety of suggestions on like, oh, well, could we do this or could we do this instead? And not that I'm not open to that discussion. I will say that I've had a lot of discussions with a lot of different people, from sound healers to technicians to mechanics to all these people, because some people have offered like, well, why don't you just put the bowl on like a turntable and just have it spin and then have the mallet like stationary, and then it just kind of, you know, plays the bowl that way. The only challenge with that is that the only challenge with that is that part of what makes playing a crystal bowl human, because this is the ultimate goal, is to be able to replicate the human process as much as possible. The thing that makes it human is actually our imperfection, is actually the minute changes that we do when we're playing a crystal bowl versus something that is complete stationary and consistent. And this is where, you know, doing a little bit of testing, because I've seen actually a couple things online of it kind of almost essentially being like kind of similar like a turntable, where the turntable has a needle and it plays the record the whole time as the thing rotates. I've seen similar things for that for crystal, or for at least metal bowls. I'd have to track it down on Instagram, but being able to devise a device that's a little bit more, that has a little bit more finesse to it, is more of the kind of route I think we have to go, especially as the technology itself evolves, as we incorporate more pieces to it, for like the ultimate like version of what I see for the robotic arm. So,
and Shane, just one thing, thinking about how you're describing this, I think just to illustrate this process of how we're thinking, that the Unified Planet Sound Technology Guild would essentially become a DAO. And that DAO could have partnerships with spin-off companies, etc., whatever structure was applicable.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole idea of like the Unified Planet's role in this emergence is that the what's getting created, the innovation that is being led by, in this particular case, around self-playing bowls by the Sound Technology Guild, that innovation is being brought into the commons, and we're testing this new way of distributing at scale. And so that's where that's what we'd be interested in. Like, how do we like build this in such a way that it can be a container for you to take in capital and fund those projects and build more, bring in more people and more sound healers and more like other forms of resources into the ecosystem through this container. So just, I think it's a perfect example. And one question I've got, Shane, is like, because we haven't seen this before, should the Sound Technology Guild, and this might be a question for all of you, should the Sound Technology Guild just pick this one thing initially and just be like, this is the focus area? Or do you think it would be worth, are there any other low-hanging projects that the Sound Technology Guild would be valuable to be doing that collective intelligence on?
I suppose my feedback and advice on that particular part is, at the end of the day, you know, I would want the group to, as always, to be able to select what is the most important, and maybe not necessarily what is most important, but more so just like, you know, like, what do we want to kind of push our collective energy and resources towards. I suppose to answer, you know, are there other low-hanging fruits? For me, it's interesting because in certain respects, I don't want this to be the singular focus, because if you focus on one thing too narrowly, you literally miss the forest for the trees. So, though, given the scope of what is currently on the market, and not to say that I'm fully educated on all of the different sound technologies that are on the market, this is the one thing I've identified that doesn't exist. And this is the one thing that the market needs. because of the kind of, I don't want to call it homogeny, but because that there's so much stuff on the market that is like, you know, listen to this software, it'll, you know, and it's like the voice print analysis, and it'll give you sounds that you listen to your headphones. Like, the one thing we don't have within our sound healing market and within sound healing technologies is something that can fully replicate a live experience without the actual player or it being pre-recorded. Because we ultimately know, in certain respects, like, because the biggest question is, well, at least one of the biggest questions for me was at the time, can you replicate crystal bowl sounds through pre-recordings? And in a certain respect, you can, but not fully, because of the limitation of the technology. You literally cannot take sounds that are coming out of crystal court instruments and put them through transducers and translate the information from air to electricity into a pre-recording and then still have the same effectiveness.
And Shane, this strikes me, it's the perfect example of something that could be in the planetary commons. You know, back in the 50s, there was this like call for every home in America to have a TV.
Right.
You know, what if we were saying like this new TV, that like the ultimate kind of almost concentration of capitalism, you know, is like went through, it's kind of almost like a metaphor. What if like this new system that every home would have this sound equipment where you wouldn't necessarily need to know to play yourself, but imagine that if we started with public spaces, like schools and airports and things like that, that we would improve, you know, hospitals, end of life care. So there's a lot of applications here. What I'd love just to go to, just because we've got 23 minutes. Anyone else? You know, we've got Andrea. Thank you so much for being here as well. Appreciate you. Amanda, if you want, do you want to share anything else that you feel should be on the agenda for the guild? Right? Anyone else that would like to do that?
Sure. I am still doing my best to wrap my head around the concepts of the structure. My sense is that there's, I think that there could be multiple projects that could be harvested, and I'll give an example of something that could be connected to the robotic arms, like a lot of the research that would go towards developing an arm that would be human-like, which is just really like working with a robotic arm and being able to program it and try different things. There would be a lot of research involved, and you would want like the people who are designing the actual product to be working with a sound healer so that they can really get the device to work. So one time we brought Shane's crystal bowls into the Santa Barbara Center for Art, Science, and Technology, where I'm an artist in resident, where we have a Fourier transform, which is basically measuring the 3D image of sound. It's like we hooked it up to the crystal bowls, he played them, and then we saw with the crystal bowl image, I could show you guys, it's really cool. It's that the sound itself has like hundreds of overtones to it, and those overtones are creating intermodulations that likely put your brain into alpha, theta, and delta brainwave states. So the gongs are like doing all three of those different intermodulations at once, which is probably part of the reason why the gongs have such beneficial impact on your physiology. And then the crystal bowls just have the smoothest curve that I've ever seen in sound, as far as like the increase of volume and overtones and like complexity, and then sort of like a wave, just like very gradually the sound dies out. And so I've talked to Alan Macy, who has developed some of the most popular technologies around the world, like BioPack, which measures EEG. It's used in like all the different labs for all different kinds of research. And when I asked him, is there a way to basically recreate the physiological effects of crystal bowls using haptic vibration, for example. Like if someone was laying on the ground and had headphones on and was hearing the different frequencies of the crystal bowls, and their body was, there was a vibration, different sequences and different patterns kind of moving from head to toe, which can be extremely therapeutic. That would be a way where, say you have a bunch of, where the same research that goes into building this robotic arm is also going into developing multisensory experiences that people who can't afford or don't have space for crystal bowls, but could have headphones, for example, or like a vest that they wear, or a yoga mat that rolls out and that can vibrate. And these are just examples of different technologies. So I listened to Rick Doblin's, go ahead.
Just one sec. Do you think, we're just thinking on our feet here as well,
Yeah.
as you're thinking about these solutions and the role of the Sound Technology Guild, I guess the way we're going to collectively be most successful is if we see, okay, what role would a co-op, essentially a co-op around sound, what role would a co-op play in distributing these kind of solutions? So like the robotic arm is like a brilliant example. You raised a number of different technologies there that could also be part of this engine room. How do we focus our time together in the next, like in this week, as a way of saying, okay, what are the ones that we just know are like slam dunk successes? We basically know we can't fail in funding those solutions, because it's $150,000 for a robotic arm and then producing this model, and like we just know that can get out to as you say, Shane. So like as we're introducing this, like it's awesome to cast the net wide, and then it's like, what's the low hanging fruit that we can take forward into projects, bearing in mind our size. And with that said, it's like, as empowering you guys and others in the network to invite new members to the guild as and where applicable. So
cool. Yeah, I have a great friend, Io, who I shared about this group with today, and about Io. He's I'd love to include him.
Please,
he's been developing interactive experiences with quadraphonic speaker systems and combining like energy healing with immersive 3D sound and like containers or structures for interactive experiences. And so we've been talking about how to do this virtually, and it's like those kinds of experiences I don't know if you'd necessarily see as a technology, but so I would have to be more clear on, like, is the sound technology, is this all the technology for all the 8 different groups, or is this technologies for one group?
We're playing with that, Amanda. So we wanted to be a little more focused in this call, but as this conversation itself broadens and I'm seeing the clock tick and the next group's going to be kind of coming in, I believe they're all going to meld together. 1, 2, those multiple ideas are going to end up kind of forming into a few more, because a lot of them just really complement each other. So even what we were just discussing around, having the sound bowls and the arm, also with the headphones, like all these different layers are going to end up moving into not necessarily one thing, but I believe they're going to come into formation. So I think it's important for us to discuss all of them and look at all of them.
Okay.
I was actually going to speak a little bit to some of those pieces around the technology bit.
Great.
Yeah, and I also have full-on presentations and like all these different, like the guy who worked on sound for Pixar developed like the whole source code of their sound design for 20 years, like who can invent just about anything, along with the guy who invented like one of the best neurostimulation devices, Alan Macy, Shane Thunder. I mean, I have all of their sort of information collected. We've been working on a collaboration in the past like 9 months, and it would be pretty cool timing if you guys were interested in seeing those.
I think
it's all spelled out, like with spreadsheets and like all the different ways that we could use these different technologies. And Yeah, it's all.
Amanda, see yourself as a co-founder of this game we're playing. That you're co-creating this with us, and we recognize we're at a point where we need to like urgently move in a co-created fashion and a cooperative way. And
Cool.
so as you're thinking about people to join, like we're all about like supporting where we can in terms of bringing these concepts into the commons. And it feels like there should be a new planetary organization in the age of COVID and that kind of thing, where there's broken into guilds and councils that can be just
Cool.
more capital can go through it because it's got these incredibly talented people working for the commons.
Very cool.
So you guys are like completely empowered, and we're watching and like looking and seeing how can we support this. And every 2 weeks we help birth a whole new set of guilds and councils, and the goal is like, okay, we're going to see very quickly what structure works for like bringing these kind of things into the commons.
And just a reminder, you know, not everybody's on this call right now. We have a lot of people already in this circle that are, I've had a lot of calls like over the weekend and stuff where they have other things going on, but they're very anxious to see like, how does it evolve? And with like Amanda and Shane and Mark and so many others that are here now and around us, and more that want to come in, the more that all of this can come into form again and broaden it, let all the things come to the table. Because what I see as a sound alchemist myself, and Shane spoke into this a lot last week, is like a lot of people that are very gifted with sound and are here to channel certain things, but business wise and like having an understanding of how to like really bring things together, they don't have that. So I'm inspired to see how the Unified Planet game is going to help pull all of that energy in. Yeah. So the more that you're willing to share, Amanda, with these presentations, the more people that we can reach out to call in to have these discussions, the better to watch it all just evolve into what I can feel is coming as we come into Blossom and Harvest.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you all for saying that. That means a lot, and it's very exciting and inspiring. And I think what will help is just, I'm going to read through all the emails that have been sent out and try and really, I know that the structure itself is evolving, but I just want to make sure that I've got my head around it correctly. So the Planetary Commons is just, it's a community essentially that is a foundation, an organization that is helping to create these projects, make them happen, and that there's a feedback loop, and that this community is being resourced by contributing and collaborating together. Is that?
Yeah. So think of this, and just in all transparency, it's super emergent. You know, we've been trained to do this kind of thing for a long time, but this was not like, we did not have a business plan being like, here's the structure. It's like each week we're going, how do we respond? How do we respond?
And
so
that's the point.
Yeah,
that's
which is
the experience.
Exactly. And that's what actually, and there's a deep trust here in what's happening. And so it's as you describe, but instead of being a foundation, we have Savannah Foundation, which is essentially like, think of it as the fiscal sponsor to create this. And Savannah House, which is like in service to the Unified Planet, which doesn't belong to us. It's in the commons for one. It's not our creation. The Unified Planet is a concept that others can join, and that's where we're inviting these founding guilds and founding councils. And it's a continued experiment on how do we deliver on the oath, which is on my honor. You know, I commit to a thriving civilization in harmony with all life. So that's the ultimate game. Now, each guild is like its own independent, you know, it could actually be a guild, could be spun off into a company potentially.
I see.
What we're thinking they're going to be is like DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, that the Unified Planet itself will form as a cooperative. It's going to most likely be a Swiss co-op. And then everybody's contribution will get financially remunerated. So this is most important thing here, is that what we're co-creating, we are experimenters in a new way of creation. And as like the intention that we have, and we don't have this yet, but the intention is that everybody's that's co-creating is going to get remunerated in the way that they should for what we're co-creating.
That's great. Yeah, the co-op model makes a lot of sense to me and is very verifiably powerful business model and structure for collaboration. So I think that's clear. Thanks for going into that detail for me again. I'm sure you've said that different ways before. Okay, I know that we're moving on to the next things. Thank you guys for everything.
Shane, how are you feeling on all of that, and what did you want to share?
I'm fine with all. Thankfully, I've already heard these descriptions of kind of the planetary commons and how everything works together, and I'm glad that everybody's getting on board with like being able to understand, like what we're doing here and the aspects of like going kind of at our own kind of crazy pace of just how this is coming together, and the aspects of how these groups are working together, and how all these guilds will kind of like self-propagate into their own into hopefully their own projects that are all self-sustaining, that plug into all the other projects that they're a part of in terms of the planetary commons, working as the kind of like nexus unit that then has all kind of like the branching arms and stuff. So I'm glad that more and more people are kind of being able to surmise like what is going on here, and that it's easily understood. But I do want to take a moment to answer one of Lucian's questions of what he mentioned earlier about like, are there any other low-hanging fruits? Are there any other technologies to either include in this or that we can think of, and all this kind of stuff. And
then before you, I'd love to hear from that, Shane, and want to make sure Danielle and Andrea, before we move on to the Sound Council, which are of course welcome to stay, but we're just going to shift into a different gear. But please continue, Shane. I just wanted to make sure we.
Sure. The reason why I chose the crystal bowls and the robotic arms as being kind of the main focus of a new technology, aside from the points I already stated, is that one, another reason why I feel like this is of the utmost importance and priority is because given the state of all of the sound healing technology that is out there right now, in terms of your live acoustic instruments to your sound beds to these programs that you can listen to on your headphones and like all of this kind of other stuff, aside from the uniqueness of this, is that the one particular thing about this project that that can really build into the pre-existing market is that very fact itself. There is a pre-existing market for it, so you don't have to build it from scratch. All of the sound healing that's already occurring in terms of crystal bowls, we already know that whole market is worth millions of dollars. We know that people already enjoy crystal bowls. The only thing that's lacking, at least within this market, is one, the kind of developmental meditation process in the same way that we instruct yoga. And what I mean by instruct is not by teaching it, in the sense of like how we do yoga programs and yoga trainings. We don't have that for sound healing in terms of self-developed practice. A lot of the stuff, and maybe David Gibson can prove me wrong in this, but like, for instance, with the Sound Healing Institute, I'm not sure if they teach how to develop sound healing as your own practice. They develop how to understand sound healing from a scientific perspective and how to facilitate. But the one area that is completely lacking within the market is the whole process of how to do it for yourself. And this is where I identified certain areas of this particular niche being the most provocative in terms of being able to create business structures out of it. Because one, if we can teach people how to actually develop sound healing as their own developed practice, one, that's going to promote more people getting into it, because there is just no guideline. There's no like revolving structure of like, okay, cool, this is how you do meditation with sound. Sound healing is always kind of seen as an additive to meditation versus it being the meditation itself. This is why you have yoga with sound healing. This is why you have Reiki with sound healing, and so forth and so on. Additionally to that, to speak to something I spoke to in the last group, was that laziness. At the end of the day, why don't people do sound healing for themselves? And I hate to say it, is because we're fucking lazy. I don't even want to do it for myself anymore. I want a robotic arm to play it for me. You know what I mean? Like, and I've been doing it for 10 years. So it's like, given that kind of little, nuance, as I think is the kind of nuts and bolts of where we can play off of this and actually maximizing its potential. Because, like, who doesn't want to wake up to a crystal bowl in the morning? Who doesn't want to go to sleep till 1 a.m? And then on top of that, who doesn't want to have sex to like crystal bowls? I mean, like, come on. Like, I mean, I know I do. That's why I want this whole device. You know what I mean? Like, the hilarity of its seriousness, But that being all said, ultimately too, the other thing that I identified as being kind of one of the markers for this is that out of all the instruments that currently exist on the market, when it comes to sound healing and it becomes a thing where people can really either understand it, experience it, et cetera, generally people have a moving experience from sound dependent on the instrument. And the ones that are the most highly impactful in the ways that they affect your physiology is going to be the target instruments you want to use, which we all know is like a didgeridoo, a crystal bowl, a gong, something that really moves you and shakes you. And this is where I was like, okay, not everybody can play a didge. Creating an instrument or a robotic device to play a didge is going to be really tough. Playing a gong, is going to be even more complex. And this is where I was like, a crystal bowl, I think, is the easiest option when it comes to it.
I mean, I think this is great logic, Shane, and would love, what I can do is set up a repeat invite exactly at the same time tomorrow, if that works for everyone, and we're just going to continue this flow of us and with you this week from the previous food. It's going to be a fun way of fast learning, and so we'll just set up the same meeting, and but before we move over to Sound Council, Danielle, or Andrea, or Mark, anything you want to share? Danielle, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you. I know we just have a few minutes. I think I'm just going to ask a couple questions for clarity, and maybe it can continue tomorrow. But I like this idea of thinking about what can come out. I don't remember exactly how you said it, but the questions that I have for the robotic arm, I agree with Shane in terms of how the instrument affects the physiology. So one of my questions is, because of how it affects the physiology, a lot of times people, maybe not a lot of time, but there are times where people can go into a regressive state with crystal bowls. And if we're not there, or, we can't see what's happening, how do we then support people in coming back from going into a regressive or traumatic state? Question is, all crystal bowls have their own nuances. So would this be a full set of crystal bowls of 7? How would this work with, doing this live as a practitioner, with, there's a relationship that we have with the bowls too, in knowing the bowls. And so if every studio or every location has a different set of bowls, how do we really know the nuances of that bowl that we're playing live to support that particular group? And then how does that work with the actual practitioner? Are they going to need specific microphones or a particular type of space, or are they going to have to invest in the particular technology? And so those are just some of the questions that are popping off right now. I love it, and I'm like, and then I have those other questions.
Right, Danielle, that's like awesome. So those are exactly the kind of thing we can come back to tomorrow and think through. How this is the container for your collective intelligence. And we're totally trusting. We've got enough experiences of the unified planet to know that there's other things going on here in how this is all threading. Andrea, you're gonna lead us through. I think people will start joining now with Sound Council. But Andrea, Mark, if you have anything else you want to just share on this point while we wrap up, you're muted, Andrea.
I think what Danielle was talking about, and I think it's like a self-responsibility or a co-responsibility as sound healers of like an intake form for people who even come in to utilize sound bowls, utilize the robotic arms or anything like that, because you're correct, you're completely right. Some like sound can actually throw you out, some sound can throw you in. So it's almost like having that prescriptive aspect of sound, but it's like depending on, and I think that's where maybe the genome and the other aspects will come into play of that. But that happens in breath work, that happens in yoga. So it's like having that between all different sound healers so they can go in and say, okay, this is how we do this, and, you know, sacred, but also ethical and most supportive for those that come in.
You know, I think you're like, I could totally see that, Andrea. You're the Sherpa of the Sound Council, and you know, looking at like what is the scientific, like what frequencies, etc., and how could that get plugged into this? That it's all connected, and so we're going to see those.
That's why I came in early. It was like,
yeah, it's
same.
like you can see at what's already unfolding here as we think about like a structure with which to do this. Andrew, you're gonna, if you could in a moment, maybe just Mark, if you any thoughts, and then maybe we'll kick off the council.
Right. I just want to acknowledge and thank you for letting me jump in on this. And I'm looking forward to future events as well. But I don't have anything more to add at the moment. I want to gather more information and then I'll respond later. But I want to at least close out saying that I'm good and I'm grateful for being included.
Awesome, Mark. Well, you're very welcome. We're going to shift into gears now. Shane was the Sherpa for the Sound Technology Guild, and Andrea, and I think potentially you, Leo, as well, will be the Sherpa for the Sound Council, which is like a number of projects initially. We kind of wrapped up, as you saw in the email, more projects under this one than anything else, because we were describing earlier that the way we've been thinking about this, and everything's an experiment, but this one I think is going to go all the way, is guilds and councils. And so we've just met with the Sound Technology Guild, and think of a guild as a train that's going in a particular direction. It's like all things sound technology, that train, and many people are going to get on that train, and it's going to stop at many stations. The difference between a guild and a council is the council is horizontal. It's like a train station. So the idea here is that we can bring in the structures that support those guilds. So that's where we were like, okay, what projects came through last week? And there was like numerous of the uploads that seem to all come back to this council concepts of like, how can a council serve the planetary commons around sound for health? And so that's where this kind of, imagine there's being a T structure here with the council. And so Project Omaha, or like, you know, the Science of Sound Matrix, the Research Institute, the like sound psychology, the sound genome, these can all be like projects of the council. And the goal this week is for us to go and say like, where's the lowest hanging fruit that the council can make proposals of capital coming in, and from there like funding projects. And part of the council could be ways deciding on which of the guilds get resourced as well, and managing that is part of what we're thinking about. So just as a kind of lattice structure, if that makes sense. So kind of,
I think also what you brought up from the technology side is the education component.
Yeah.
That I don't think that we really talked about in the sound, like the sound week that we had for health, but that seems like it's a pivotal structure in a longer run maybe Shane, and I know Shane can speak from that given his experience and everyone else that's been a sound healer.
Totally, yeah. And how would we package up that education? So this morning we kicked off the game on food, as we brought together all of these different community leaders around food systems, and one of them, Stephen Brooks down in Costa Rica, just yesterday launched Ecoversity, which is a whole like university program around food system change with permaculture and things like that. And so one area of the council is like the education, the knowledge distribution. Like, how do we share memes around the power of sound that will bring more and more attention into sound in the commons, and sound as like a tool for transformation. And so that's like plugging these, you know, if you trying to do the synthesis of what came out of our shared time together, felt like this council can take on quite a lot. So, and the final thing, just and this is just really to invite a handover at this point, is like, the final thing is like, see yourself as co-founders of this game, that you're founding players. And what we've done is we're just trying to put some structure on that thing all of us agree, which is we need to work together right now. And we need to create an organizational design that is like bigger than any company or any nation, frankly, that actually has the legs for us all around the world to work together. And so this is like your council. We're here to serve, and we're watching. And every 2 weeks, we're going to launch a new council and more guilds. And so we're going to learn about what works with this council and guild structure. But we're here to support, and so we're going to host this week at this time for an hour. But you can meet outside. It's like really self-organizing collective intelligence. So over to you guys. Do you want to, Andrea? Do you want to, and Leo, maybe also we had such a good chat the other weekend, and just helping define what is this role of this. We've been calling it a Sherpa, but the conversation we had about the role you see yourself having on the council.
You want me to speak to that now?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a good place to start. That conversation we had, I thought, helped inform what we ended up creating here.
Oh, good. Yeah, that was fun.
I heard all about it the next morning.
Yeah,
I was like, we missed Leo's thing. He's like, no, I didn't. I was like, what?
Well, I think it's really exciting that you have pulled people together to move sound into the commons. That's great. Personally, I'm very, very busy right now. I have a lot going on with my work life and my music life and other projects. So I was really happy to see Andrea step into the Sherpa role. And I would love to kind of guide and participate as I can. I'm particularly interested in moving this matrix of sound healing, Project Omaha, forward as quickly as possible, just because that feels like a real doable task, and I think Andrea could do it, and I think we could fund it. In terms of what the bigger picture looks like, in terms of the Sound Institute, I have this organization called Psychia Institute, and Psychia is dedicated to really two things: bringing the theory of transpersonal psychology into the commons. I'm going to use your language there. I've been saying mainstream. And the reason I like that is because I think transpersonal psychology is a philosophy and a psychology and a system of thinking that is digestible to the Western mind. It's rooted in science, but it has a great dialogue going with the Eastern spiritual traditions and indigenous traditions. It can help people understand that we have a soul and a spirit. So that's one. And then the second is helping to introduce these holotropic healing modalities, which are psychedelic medicine, breath work, sound healing, and meditation. These healing modalities that get people into holotropic states, expanded states of consciousness where inner healing can emerge. So if there is an opportunity where Psychia can use its name and its connections and its resources to move sound healing forward, I'm very interested in a partnership there. Right now, our first, we have two partnerships so far. One was with Harvard University doing a panel on psychedelic medicine. And the second is this Johns Hopkins University studying breath work for PTSD. So anything that we can do as Psychia to research sound and the effects of sound is really interesting to me. As part of that, as part of the Johns Hopkins.
Can I just on a thought there, because I think you just want to throw in an example of how we're thinking about this, because I just want to keep doing this so that what's coming together reveals itself, and that would be that Psychia would be a founding member of this. Like what we're thinking is the council is as such like a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. It's got a structure to it. But the Unified Planet is a co-op, and so there's a particular amount of value that the Sound Council creates based on the amount of funding it brings in, the number of projects that get funded, but all of that gets incentivized by those that participate. And so Psychia in this case could be a founding member of the co-op, but of this particular of the Sound Council, and that the Sound Council determined that Psyche is the best partner to deliver this. So this all doesn't need to be under Unified Planet. What we're trying to do is put the structure of it all together. And so if there are companies or there's organizations that can help execute, by all means, they should be invited in to be like founding members.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like that idea also, because if I'm thinking about it, I looked at your studies for the Johns Hopkins and the Harvard, is getting sound healing into PTSD, so they have clinical studies for that to show how it affects the system. And I know that David Gibson has done some studies on that. There's about 3 other institutes that I've been researching that have done different institutes. One is Spatial Institute of Sound in Hungary. And they have a lot of clinical things that they have available. So I think it's also the Sound Council, which I think Lucian and Joshua and Leo and everyone, but I feel like there's the collaborative aspect of, we don't need to always reinvent the wheel. We need to evolve it and make it run faster and make it go farther.
Sure.
And so
Just
it's like,
show people there's a way.
Yeah, show them that there's a way to move through this in a different room. Yeah. So I think that it's in a lot of ways like showing up with Sound Council is going to bring all these different ideas into play, and then we'll be able to say, okay, who does this best? How do we evolve this? How do we bring our expertise and our people around that, or the technologies? And anyone else on the call could give any input on that.
One thing I can add, as I think could be a pretty quick input that Psychia could have. So we funded the first, thanks in large part to Jamie, Lucian, the protocol development for the breathwork study. I don't know when clinical research is going to come back, to be honest. Like right now, Johns Hopkins is shut down, right? There's no, so that's got to get spun up again. But part of what Johns Hopkins is developing there is a pre and post questionnaire that can be used not in a clinical study, meaning clinical study people will come into Johns Hopkins and under very rigid rules go through this experience, but for an observational study. Part of what we're doing is any breathwork study that is set up anywhere will have pre and post questions that can measure efficacy. And I think we could probably use that those same sets of questionnaires to measure sound healing. Maybe we can make those available. You know, if somebody's doing a sound healing online, give them the pre and give them the post, and we can just start developing a library of the kind of responses that we're getting from people and kind of just put it out there.
Are you all familiar with the video that was put out on YouTube a couple years ago of people being exposed to gong work, like pre and post, their blood work?
No.
Let me see if I can hunt it down. Basically,
is it the Kundalini one?
No, this is
done?
like,
Okay.
it's from a couple down in Australia. I don't think they did like, you know, it wasn't under like strict like like strict guidelines and like scientific approach, but you know, they use the scientific approach to do the work, but they basically just like drew blood from one of their clients, put it under the microscope, showed what it looked like pre-exposure. Then they did a sound bath for 20 minutes with gongs, and then pulled the blood out again, and then looked at the culture, and it, you know, you could see very, very like physiological changes and differences between the blood cultures. So.
Beautiful. Jane, where are
Hi,
you?
everyone. Uh-oh. I would love to see something. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi. So sorry. I had a dentist appointment this morning. Went over for an hour and a half.
Your teeth are
So,
gleaming.
what did you say?
Your teeth are gleaming.
So I'm pulling over. I'm pulling over right now. Just messed up the schedule of my day. So a lot of things are coming up for me. Is well, I might use a lot of words to get to my point. So I learned. So I'm a transpersonal therapist, and before I got into the vibrational work, the sound vibration work, is I don't know, probably 15 years of postgraduate expertise in trauma work. And as Leo talked about, been trained on breath work, mild, more training with Stanislav Grof, but my extensive training in breath work was based on Grof. And the reason that I loved vibrational sound is that it took all of the years of these different approaches working with trauma, and it's like a rocket ship. So I integrate it with EMDR. I do the components of EMDR, but I don't actually use the EMDR machine anymore, except maybe the first session or two with clients, because that's what they're familiar with. So my point is that I work with trauma, I don't know, 15 sessions at least a week, 15 to 20 sessions a week, working with sound, with trauma on that individual level. And so anything that I could do in my practice, and I guess what was coming up for me, it's like, well, that's what I'm doing. That's what about really showing the efficacy of how the vibrational work helps people rework their mapping. It's me, one of the most effective tools. So anything that I can incorporate in the practice, and particularly that the research things are shut down, I will be more than happy to do. So I'll say that.
Brilliant, Connie. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Lucinda, do you want to welcome? So good to see you here.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, I think that this council is super relevant. I remember our first conversation before the game started. And so just I think you've got a lot to add here in terms of what areas the council focuses on.
I mean, I can just tell you where I think we're all very aligned in what we want to achieve, but I think I feel very passionately about the conversation that we're having around sound and bringing that to the commons. And I'll give you a really nice example of how, with a bit of an awareness to do with sound, how it can be integrated into people's just daily lives or habits. My husband and I we own a building in New York that we were in the process of turning into the Tribeca Arts Club, which I was planning on. I speak in the past tense because who knows what's happening these days. But I was planning on designing sound throughout the whole building, soundscaping the building, and sound being a very relevant part of this experience. As it happens, there was a company next door to us, a shop in the middle of Tribeca called Goldish, who are these wonderful Israeli women who do you know them?
Yeah,
you know them?
I
Yeah.
have the amazing sound healing experience of my entire life with
Exactly. They do the sound baths.
Yeah.
But for someone walking into that shop I won't go on for too long, but for just walking in as a customer, right? You walk in, this really nice girl takes you and sits you down, takes off your coat, and gives you a 5-minute sound, bath, for want of a better word, and puts you in a different space. And it's such a wonderful way to bring people into I know that they're very spiritual in that particular shop, but the idea of giving someone an experience through sound is just a wonderful thing, and can be brought, as Leo says, to the commons, which brings me to my next thing. I am very passionate about the type of conversation, the vocabulary. You've heard me talk about this a lot in all of our meetings. And I would love to be up and informed. If someone could send me links to many of these things. I know, Amanda, you're working with the university in, I think it's Santa Barbara. Isn't that where you're working? And I, prior to this, was collecting a team of people together with Sanjay Manchada, myself, maybe Randy Masters, to carry out this kind of experimentation with sound, with the idea that the application of that can be taken into well-being. With you, Josh, you and I and Paul spoke about that in the corporate world, integrating technology, using an AI and machine learning to create a soundscape that's autonomous, that's working. And I'm not very up on the technology side of how we can pick up on motion, sense, like capturing the mood or ambience. I think it's a little bit, I'm not sure if technology is caught up with what I would quite like to achieve, but my visions were to do research and experimentation, qualitative and quantitative analysis, deciding the effects of sound cognitively, psychologically, emotionally. I'm coming from this, my background, and what I can bring to the table here in a council is, my background as a performer for many years. I'm somebody that's on stage, I'm talking, I've given keynotes, I integrate a lot of this stuff in what I'm doing. The projects I'm moving forward with will involve sound in a different way, healing in a different way. And the types of connections I'm making and the sound branding aspect of what I'm doing. I have a startup that's a sound branding company, which can play a part in all of this as well. I just feel like it's our role to perhaps maybe deliver I think a document is the wrong word, but this council can be the council that is like a body as such. We could become a body where we are an inherently, hosting this information, coming up with the right kind of sound resonance files, creating a vocabulary, becoming an affiliated organization. I think we should become an affiliation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
To set the standard by, and that is something I think very achievable and accessible right now. I'll stop talking. I'm talking too much. I let someone else talk now.
Lucinda, you're totally not.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Case in point, this is like what you're describing there is, if you see the Sound Council as like a fractal of the unified planet, which intentionally is, think of it as like a United Nations for communities. And so the council itself is like the United Nations for like new emergent, how do we apply sound around the world to the commons in a way that is like, this is one of the most sniper-like ways of like doing rapid systems change, because sound, we're so deeply connected to sound. So it's case in point. Thank you.
I just want to say one more thing. My ultimate vision, by the way, everybody, is to use 5G, the thing that's causing everyone to have COVID, to use 5G to transmit through electromagnetic waves, using different waves, the ultimate sound of healing, the subliminal healing of sound, and promote that. Let's do the big sound, let's get it out into the cities, let's promote that sound subliminally through electromagnetic frequencies, probably. That's the ultimate goal here. It's a bit kind of Hollywood, that, but I think it's cool. I think that's what we should be doing.
On point.
Listen, I have this thing which is, I call it FQ. There's like IQ, EQ, FQ is future intelligence. And one of the things I live by now is when someone says something, do I remember that from the future? As a way of like kind of as a true north. And what you just described was like a storyline that I think is of sufficient spectacle that the unified planet can very quickly spread into something that people are aware as like an effort to completely reimagine the system.
Well, I have to, my husband's actually in the networks business, the wireless networks business. So we have an accessible path for that.
Interesting. And you actually know what's going on there with it. So,
okay.
Yeah, brilliant. My girl love, as I call her, actually wrote a paper on 5G. When she was researching at the Institute for the Future.
Did you say girl lover? Is that what you said?
It's girl love, girlfriend, girl love.
Girl love. Okay, got it.
But
don't get him started on girl lovers.
don't get me started on this, Martin.
I have a suggestion. Do you think maybe it's Andrea or you, Lucian, or Josh? Somebody, could we review? I think you put three things. You had the sound resonance in here and the sound. Could you explain what all those are and why they're together?
Sound council, sound genome. We have sound transcendence, and the last one there was 4, and it was sound psychology that were all brought together. So it was like the medical side, the behavioral side, and the creative side of how do we get the education into the field? How do we get sound healing out? And that had the quality of isolation to integration, which I think is one of the biggest things coming out of COVID right now, is that you have everyone isolated and now you're going to be integrating back into reality. And it's like integrating with a more superb sound than we did coming through.
Etta, that was great. I just want to write that down. You said the medical, psychological, and what did you say? Education?
Medical, psychological, behavioral, creative. So it's like we're also taking into the physical with the medical side of it. But I think that's why the frequencies, sound genome, everything that they spoke of, if you look at all the different disease states, there's different organs, different frequencies that are available for it. But it also depends on where that person is at the time. So how much stress they have in their system, how much they're being pushed, and probably Connie or any of the others can probably speak of that. If you're more traumatized, you're more sound sensitive over time, your B levels have dropped, your cortisol levels have gone sky high, you're not norepinephrine.
That goes into which one? Under which?
That was in the sound, we put them all together in sound council, but it was like, that was more sound genome and sound psychology.
I can speak to that, Andrea, if you want. We knew there would be like that we needed to create this structure, the trains and the train stations, and so it felt like sound genome and sound psychology were like horizontal, like research, like science of sound related, that would be great to kind of package into the sound council with organizations that participated, like Psycho being founding members of that sound council. It's like, that's how we're thinking about structuring it. And so we grouped together, kind of, I would summarize it's sort of mind, body, is soul, that it was like
what's this one called?
This is the sound council. Sound council.
Can you go over those 3 again, Lucian, for us? Because I would like to go over just like the subdivided, the categories. Just go over it again. I'm going to take a note right now.
Yeah. So imagine, imagine a matrix. So what we're doing is, like, the way we're thinking about this is that we pick a different topic every 2 weeks as Unified Planet. So we've just started food, and then in 2 weeks' time, it's going to start as community, and then it's going to go to neuroscience, and then it'll go to psychedelics, and it'll go all sorts of fun. And each of those, once we go from seed to sprout stage, what we do is we structure into horizontals, which are the council for each one of those pillars, and then verticals, which are guilds. So the guild that we just met earlier was Shayna's the Sherpa for, is the Sound Technology Guild, and that's looking at all things where sound can be applied, like new technologies, robotic arms, that sort of thing. And then there's after this, when we're done with this call, the sound portal technology, which is like location based. How do we bring sound locations into the commons? So like that was my
guild. I'm sorry. So the 3 guilds are What are the three
Two
guilds?
guilds.
There's
Two
two
guilds.
But this is the Sound Council.
This is the Sound Council. There's 2 guilds and 1 council for this one.
2 guilds and 1 council. And what is the relationship to this guild to those? Excuse me, of this council to those guilds?
So think of the council as like Grand Central Station. So all future guilds will like report into the council and vice versa. So the idea is that a council becomes a way to distribute capital for the guilds and a way to like see the collective intelligence of what's going on across this matrix structure around the commons.
And I think also education as well as capital.
Totally. So exactly like the Project Omaha kind of science of sound matrix concept, as well as the team of saying like, how do we amplify the awareness of the research around sound, like through memes and things like that, from woo to true meme, that one, that's all part of the council, as is sound genome. So like projects that we know can all be brought into the Sound Council. They don't need to be owned by the Sound Council. The idea is this is the connective tissue, and then we can just be smarter with how we link everything. And that's like really the purpose of the game, is to create an engine for that. And we're going to get it wrong lots of times, but if we run the experiment again every 2 weeks, it's going to get like each one of us are refining it together.
And I think, Lucinda, you talked about something about sound branding in the beginning of when you were sharing. So I don't know exactly what that is, but that might have a comparison or any collaboration in that. I'm not sure exactly what that meant, but you can maybe
Sound
speak
branding is essentially bringing awareness to any entity, any corporation, anything to do with sound, and anything from the haptics of the sound on your phone to your Mac to your dishwasher to the advertising jingles to the audio sound that you use to represent yourself as a company. And for me, that's just like sound branding 101. Sound branding 2.1, which is where I come in to like, I'm very in touch with some of the leading people in sound branding in the world. And I've talked to them about some of the ideas about soundscaping. The issue that I think is involved, which is relevant to everyone in this, is the feedback loop. People need a feedback loop. People need to know how sound is affecting them. How is sound affecting my well-being? That goes into the other guild of sound technology. If we can provide those analytics, I'm interested in soundscaping that. I'm going to be joining the conversation after this, where you can implement sound beyond just like the corporate logos or whatever the audio stamp or something, but like actually in the environment of, a being, a place, it becomes an experience, an entity. So in that respect, yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
I would suggest, as more of this kind of congeals, maybe creating like an infographic branch tree, so people can quickly pick it up.
Yeah. That's like the meme aspect that we were speaking of before.
Just being able to see like the mycelium,
the structures and the guilds
work together, and how all the specific topics are breaking out and all that kind of stuff would probably help people get caught up. So not to say that this conversation has been a waste of time, but more so that people don't have to spend so much time and energy like trying to catch up with like where conversations are going around.
I agree with that.
The truth of it, Shane, is that this is not something we did earlier. It's something.
No, I know.
So it's like we've been trained for it our whole life, but literally the idea for guilds and councils. Well, we had tested it with the Estlin group, but literally the idea of now structuring this happened on like Friday afternoon. So it was like, and it feels like it, going back to what you were describing with 5G, Lucinda, it's like, honestly, the way this is emerging is it's by remembering the future. It's like feeling into like, how did we do this? I know I have childlike faith that we've done it. How did it happen? Let's like remember what intuitively feels right, and then like if we keep doing that every week, our FQ, our future intelligence, is just going to get really pumped up, and then that's maybe how we like that's how we collectively do it. So sound resonance, Lucian, that's part of the sound council. So really important is when we talk about education, we're
Mark's coming in
on
from
the
space.
planet.
He's like,
we're in 2030. I love that we've got the ancient and the future behind. We've got the real galaxy and the. But the where was I going with that? That
the resonance is in the
resonance. So when we talk about education, we're actually thinking about ritual as well. So back to the kind of culture, like it's as important, the technologies and the products and the innovations that happen, like the physical, as important as the cultural layer. And so part of what we want the council to, part of what we're inviting of councils is that rites of passage, rituals around these, bringing these new technologies, new solutions into the commons, rituals would be introduced alongside as well. And the whole idea is then we're inviting more and more people to play the game through these festivals that are having these kind of experiences. And so it's building this kind of cooperative movement.
I would love to add something to that piece too. And this is just going to be slightly devil's advocate. I'm not going to make this fast. My suggestion around this, take it or leave it for whatever value it has. I think we need to be careful of partnering sound frequency with COVID. And what I mean by that is I don't want to say fear, and it's not that I don't believe that the 5G is not contributing to potential cases erupting in 5G and people being asymptomatic and then the 5G activating them. I'm a little familiar with the topic right now. But given the sensitivity of all the conspiracy theory that's going around COVID and all of the misinformation and all this kind of stuff that's being paired with it, I would just want to bring a little bit more awareness around our terminology of how if this begins to start pushing more publicly and providing more a landscape for the public around a lot of the stuff that we're doing, and not that I think that the public shouldn't be informed that 5G has something to do in frequency technology and all this kind of stuff has to do with the disease and stuff, and how we can also use sound frequency to heal the disease and potentially mitigate it. But I just want to throw in there that we just need to be very careful about how we're instructing our vernacular around it, because of the way that a lot of modern people, in the sense of just like the public that are, I don't want to speak down to them as sheeple, but the people who are just not within the same vibrational field as us, may completely just write it off and being like, oh, here come the hippies, like with their 5G frequency stuff and how you can use sound to like take care of it and all this like whatnot. So in terms of
Shane, sheeple is like the best meme I've heard in a long time. Thank you for that. We will use that 100% in one of our meme bouncing. I can already see it. Secondly, it is hyper critical in a kind of civic accelerator for the planetary commons, a kind of community accelerator for the planetary commons. It is hyper important that we have the pursuit of truth as like a kind of key tenet. So like I'm very sensitive like you. I think it's we will be building more and more of an audience with what the Unified Planet is doing. And so I think making sure that we don't have reason to be sidelined or, but recognizing that there is a culture that can happen within these games where we can still ask questions of like, how can this be designed better? Like ultimately, if we are, as a culture, come to the Unified Planet without limiting beliefs, recognizing that we can reimagine and redesign the world any way we like, and that we can reach the people in the audiences and reach the funding that we need. If that is the case with the planetary commons, then like like that's the mindset we approach with. So thank you for raising that. And you know, invitation with the council also is like, other like just this week is about Sprout. So are the projects that, you know, Leo, for example, you said like you think you can get funding. Andrea's got availability to do the Science of Sound Matrix. You know, that's a really tangible first project that the council could go and get to by the end of this week and say, this is what we're starting with. Or you might want to say, these are the 3 things we're starting with, whatever it might be. But like use this week as sprouts to kind of decide which direction you're sprouting in. And then next, then we have a week off, and then the following week is blossom, and that's where we'll start to introduce larger numbers of people to cross-pollinate between this. And then 2 weeks after that, we go into harvest, which is where we look to really bring more of the financial resources in here. So that's the kind of flow, and you don't need to be involved all the way. Like the idea is it's kind of flipping the model of a multi-level marketing platform, where instead of being a kind of pyramid, it's like it's the other way around. And so you don't need to be involved all the way along, but any value that's being created is going to get rewarded based on those that have actually contributed to it. So that's kind of how we're thinking about it from a engine room. So I just hope all those points are helpful.
I have a question.
Cool.
Is this being broadcast to the interwebs right now?
It's not. No, it's being recorded, but not broadcasted.
Cool. I think we should be sensitive about that. I mean, I could just imagine some of this conversation being.
Or close the room.
Yeah.
Close the Zoom room.
That's another thing. But
can I throw in a point there, Leo?
What's that?
Can I throw in a point on this one?
Yeah.
So I thought a lot about this one, and it's like people have so much trauma from people in closed rooms deciding what the systems are.
Yeah.
And so I would advocate strongly that the culture of Unified Planet is one of vulnerable transparency. And that's why I think it's really important that we put things on the internet, even though no one is going to watch the vast majority of it. But I just think as an accountability measure, like given what we're doing, if we can go and say, look, these conversations are going to be like vulnerably transparent, and it's part of playing the game. Because it's like, otherwise the risk of the game being kind of co-opted, corrupted is too high. And so we want that deep accountability. It's kind of like when you recognize that the game is a lightsaber factory, how do we make sure that the game only makes blue ones? You know, it's like, and vulnerable transparency we think is key to that. Like, otherwise it's just like, you know, so just wanted to share because it's something I think it's going to be critical to the success of this going forwards.
Okay. And then the second question I had is I'm a little unclear. So this is the council, and like, is it an evolving council? Like, are we all now the council? Are there more people to the council? Does it change? What? That's one question.
This is experiment 1 of the first council. So yeah, you are the council. It's like up to 8 people is the structure. It's 3 to 8 people on a guild or a council at Sprout stage. And so what we're doing is just like, we kind of made that up as like, let's see how this evolves. And like, the most important thing is let the energy flow, right? It's like, who here has the energy, the time, the like, can see what's emerging here. So like, we let that flow and see what does that want to flow into. So what does this council want to become?
And then in terms of governance, the way the council makes decisions, how does that work?
So right now we're keeping it very open and loose. What we recognize is what's going to happen with the game is we're going to see how the councils emerge and do governance, and then Unified Planet as a structure may then go and say, okay, here's the best practices we've seen for governance of these councils. Because the idea is that we're launching a new council every 2 weeks with the game and multiple guilds. And so it becomes like we can go and say, okay, we can see this based on this network of like us tracking 100 different councils, tackling different like solution areas. We've seen that the best way of like managing a council governance is this, but we're trying to keep it like decentralized so that there isn't like, it's not all one way, but the
Right.
game provides enough structure as a way for us to like keep building on each other's work.
Cool. So just as a test case, right? Let's take Project Omaha, the science of sound matrix, right? So where we got to in our conversations was a description of what that should be, right? And an outline. So we have a kind of clear understanding of the deliverable. And then we have a person, Andrea, who has said that she can do it. And we kind of left it at the stage like, okay, how long will it take and how much will it cost, right? So to kind of move that forward as a project, do we vote on it? Do we just like, if it can get funding, it goes forward? Like what's like, how do we take that next step as a council?
This is really the invitation for what we're seeing, what we're committing to is like following the support of this almost like as an accelerator incubator.
But Lucian, tell us what to do.
So the way I would do it is follow the energy.
Okay,
follow
cool.
the energy. Follow what is the low hanging fruit? Where are you drawn? What gives you charm as a council? Like, what do you want to commit to that's achievable? And like, follow the structure. So this week is about Sprout, which is like, which direction do you want to go? You've got a week off. You can bring anyone else you like. You can tell us other people, other resources, other skill sets that you might be looking for as a council, and we can go out there and try and find those people. Then you come back and then you've got Blossom, and that's all around how do we cross-pollinate this. So those projects that have been created have got like support teams that can make them happen. We go off, we have a week apart, and then we come back again, and we're bringing in people. Who are the people that we need to actually go and execute this? So that's like that's Seed, Sprout, Blossom, Harvest. That's an experiment in its whole right. We're just trying to come up with new ways of bringing groups together to rapidly prototype solutions. And so this is like it's all experimental. And so you be a co-creator in the experiment is what I would say. And like, do what we're doing, which is we keep focusing on what gives us charm, like sounds, then food, then community. Keep focusing on that and like discerning where do you want to go as a council based on that, because ultimately I think that's the best way we're gonna move into the structure that will best support the ecosystem.
I'd like to put forward that.
I see that as a vote, personally. I like the idea of taking the 8 seeds that we get out of the first round. The council comes into formation out of participation through that and knowledge, and then you're able to go, okay, here's the 8 things that came out of this collective. What makes the most sense? What pieces together? What's the most fundable? Like really have those conversations, and then as those conversations are happening, you're drawing in more people from our field to find out the answers to that, and then bring direction into what do we want to blossom? What do we want to see come to harvest? That's my personal view.
I think I get what Leo's saying as well. I think ultimately we're trying to produce tangible results. I mean, isn't that what this is about? I think low-hanging fruit in some way, please let me know what you think, is the thing that we've talked about, becoming a recognized affiliated body. Does that exist in sound? Does that exist?
There's sound vibrational, and so there's about 6 different institutes that I've found so far, but there isn't like an overhanging.
Recognized by who?
I think
it's recognized by their own. It's not even and that's the question, is like, who recognizes these in the first place?
If we were the ones that led the way, I mean, ultimately, I think it requires some kind of governmental affiliation or recognition. Like if you're an educational school, you need to be accredited by something. So I think it's that if we were to form some kind of like overarching body where we bring in those institutes, and that it becomes like, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking, an overarching kind of affiliated body. So it becomes that. And in that becomes the terminology, the vernacular, the definitions, the different bodies, everything that we're doing will come under one thing, all these different councils.
Like sound alliances, more or less.
Yeah.
Like that's what I keep on saying, is like there's a sound alliance the same way as yoga alliances, where it's like all these different bodies can have how they are doing their education, but then there's one that's going to I don't know, it's like it's either going to connect or it's going to be like an overseer or an overtone within the field of what
That
is
might be,
being brought up.
Andrew, you might have just nailed it there as well. That what we might find is that the structure of the whole design of Unified Planet is guilds and alliances are like networks of guilds essentially. So but languaging, it doesn't need to be called the Sound Council. We're going to try and see it might be the Sound Alliance.
I think
But
it's more Sound Alliance because
yeah,
it seems like, because it's like such a connecting factor to so many, and you're looking at it as like Grand Central Station of like everyone comes into this in order to go out to the world to have impact. And I
maybe
think it also,
yeah.
people are, I mean, there's so many different wheels that can be played into it, because even the people that are in Sound Genome and some of the other aspects of what was even brought into this are not into this field as of right now, or even brought into this field as of right now.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good, that's a really good suggestion that like feels right that we could have a structure of, and we may even look at that. Is it like just now guilds and alliances? Like guilds are vertical, alliances are horizontal, and guilds belong to an alliance, and alliances can form other alliances around networks. So like the Sound Alliance and the Food Alliance can have meetups and things like that.
Which are already forming just in the beginning. In the
Yeah.
first call of food, there was always already synergy with sound, where they're like, "Oh wow, let's talk to the sound people."
Yeah, and you had like deep expertise around the connecting food, food as medicine, as frequency, and so we're already seeing this like structure emerge. So, but I think the point. So if let's just real time adaptation. The Sound Alliance has met. This is the first founding meeting of the Unified Planet Sound Alliance. Look, what we're looking to do is provide you this structure, like support from our side based on our own capacity but really this is self-directed. This is like the invitation of saying, okay, who else should be part of this? Like it's going to be capped to 8 people this week, just for managed, like 8 is kind of an important number. But next week we can decide what will be the optimal size for the Sound Alliance from a blossom stage. So that can kind of evolve, and at that point, this week is about what do we as an alliance choose to focus on. Like, and you can prioritize. We could put down, here are the different projects that exist in this, that are part of this alliance, that are based on cooperative partnerships with Psyche, etc. List them together and say, okay, here's the first one or the first 3 the projects that the alliance is going to focus on. Science of Sound matrix sounds like an obvious one of that, and you could just choose one. It could be just like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get funding for this, and what we're going to do is just keep supporting that to create value for the commons.
I think also the thing that's come up is that a lot of people still don't understand what sound healing is. And so I'm from the Midwest, I'm from Nebraska, and there's a lot of people that don't understand it in that same way as people on the coast. So I know sound though, I'm a little different, but it's getting it so people understand it and see what the benefits that are associated with it, and why even choose this over another modality, or as an integration with the modality, or using it with food or in psychedelics. I mean, it's like sound is apparent and it's transparent. It's like to the truth, it hits you to the core, as like sound players, that it does that.
Yeah.
So I have a proposal. So it looks like we have about 6 minutes left. To me, I like the idea of an alliance. I like what you're saying, Lucinda, but that's a lot of hard work. We got to articulate what the alliance is. We got to identify partner organizations. We got to find the people in the partner organizations to speak with. We need to develop communications with them. We need to develop a structure of the relationship. That's just a lot of work. And if you wanted to take responsibility for that, I think that's great. I think it's totally worthwhile. What I think is really doable and really important right now that I would personally commit to is the Science of Sound matrix, right? So I would commit depending on what the price is, but to hear from you, Andrea, how much it's going to cost to have Psychea fund that, right?
Okay.
And it can be a Psychea slash UP.Game or UP.Game slash Psychea Science of Sound matrix. And I really would love to just kind of get to the next step. Time, cost. I think you looked at time. So what's the cost to get that there? And then we can make a decision. Maybe Psychea. I mean, I as Psychea would take responsibility for funding that and getting that into the world.
Beautiful.
Grateful for that.
Like
Thank
such
you.
a good project, Leo.
Yeah. And it's both tracks, right? It's like, here's this, you know, you want the Alliance to find these certain things like that and then go forward on that track with that. And, you know, Leo, your expertise, and Andrea leading that. And then if it's Lucinda, whoever else, that broader picture of building the Alliance itself, which is only going to strengthen everything else that comes in along that path.
Within the council, like for things to get done, I think we really need people to say, okay, I'm super passionate about this one particular thing. I understand because of my experience. I'm not talking about me about this right now, but as a person saying I'm passionate, I understand what needs to be done, at least enough to drive a conversation. And then I can commit to making sure that those things get done to bring it to fruition in terms of having some accountability as an alliance or as a council, not just kind of talking around things and letting them kind of slip off. For this one, the Science of Sound matrix, maybe we can put it into the golden greenhouse and go from sprout to seed, or seed to sprout to blossom to harvest on kind of this fast track. Because I think this one is really eminently doable because Andrea is at the table. I don't think we need to go out and find the right people. I think it's going to be affordable, and I'd love to move forward.
Agree. I think it's a great first thing to really initiate and go on.
The challenge with an alliance too is at the end of the day, if you come up with either rudimentary or rigorous guidelines, I can guarantee you about 90% of the sound healing community will go tell you, pardon my language, they'll tell you to go fuck off. Because at the end of the day, if you try to tell me how to do sound healing, I'm not gonna.
And we're definitely not interested in that. You know, we're trying to stay as unstructured within a structure as possible.
You know,
I think what Lucinda was saying was really interesting. Like, what are all of the meaningful organizations out there in the world that are contributing to the science of sound, or the popularization of sound, or the propagation of sound as a healing modality? All of those could have different views on what sound healing is or isn't, and to collect all those, I think, is a really good idea. It's just going to take work.
Yeah. I mean, I still support it in the respect that, you know, because I've had this long conversation with friends and other sound healers of like, you know, we need to have more of a streamlined process. We need to have a terminology that we all use, you know, so that it's not just this kind of convoluted, you know, like interpretation of everybody's fractal impression of what sound healing is to them that they then put out to the world. It's just that I think that's also the kind of governing challenge is like, how do you bring all these minds together with all of these different facilitations, expertise, experiences, and so forth and so on, and have us all agree. I mean, don't get me wrong, the journey to getting to that would be great. And I think, you know, just to mirror what you were mentioning, Leo, it would take a lot of work. And I personally still support it. It's just more of like, I think one of the reasons why it hasn't kind of come about yet is because of how much work it would take, given the explosion of our industry now. So
even, you know, to
do it together. I mean, it's not us who's going to do it.
Like Lucinda, like a good way to move that forward, I think, would be like, let's create the map. Like, if you wanted to start, what are all the organizations? Let's get a list, right? Like, who are they? And then we can say, okay, here are the 100 organizations or 50, or I don't know how many there are. And then we can decide, okay, we find these to be the group or the subgroups that we're interested in. Let's see if it makes sense to create a plan to kind of take to the next step.
Nice. Also, Shane, I really like what you're saying about the vernacular. I mean, I've been talking about that from the beginning. I mean, any ideas on that? How we could, you know, tangibly create something that everyone agrees on? I mean, everyone, who is everyone? That brings us back to the alliance thing. I think that's so important. That, you know, it's very fragmented at the moment. People have their own definitions for different things. And I think it's important to have an overarching vernacular that gives it credence.
Yeah, I mean, the, you know, sound healing the sound healing market, especially from the experiential, is just completely wild west. This is where, you know, you can come to one of my sound baths and people are like, oh my god, that was amazing. You could go down to somebody's sound bath down the street and then some people are like, that was absolute shit, and it's like and it's like it's this varying kind of like application of how these things come about, from one, the facilitation, and then two, also just like who's the presenter, who, like, how, because I think this is the interesting part of our kind of sound healing demographic, is like we have people who are completely on one side of it, who are like completely devout scientists who are like, no, this is the absolute definition of science of sound. And then there's like the whole other side of the spectrum, which are like the crazy mystics and like, deep entrenched hippies who are just like, oh, it's like all love and frequency. And I mean, and not that either is wrong. It's just more so that the spectrum is so wide. So it's like, how do you bring the people who aren't as well articulated to be able to bridge these components while still speaking to love and frequency, while still speaking to the science, can actually create a certain level of synergy for being able to like really express themselves. And this is, I think this is where I think the Alliance in a certain respect has a really big challenge ahead of it, because it's like, bringing all these minds together, bringing all these hearts together, and then being like, you can't speak of it like in this way, but you can speak of it in this way.
That's it's a good point, but I'm so encouraged and inspired, because I go back to our first call that we had on sound, and had that from all the way from one end to the other, and watched how that community, like what I felt was the hunger to bring that piece together, to find that common ground, and the different technology, from the technology into just old school shamanistic practices, all of that coming together. And I think we all can see and feel as people within sound how important and critical this piece is for the future of humanity, of Gaia, of everything it is that we are. And I do truly see this as an opportunity for us to bring this together. This is what Unified Planet is about. Unified Planet around sound. And this is the type of circle that can do it. We have the network to bring the people together. It is a lot of work, to Leo's point, but why not just start taking those steps now? Because in an open forum where it's ever evolving, I mean, to me, that's the recipe to make it happen. And I always look at those initial sparks, and that one call for 2.5 hours or whatever it does expressed that.
I would just say, as we transition across now to the Sound Portal Guild, that there's a lot of work for the Sound Alliance to do, but fortunately, the Unified Planet Sound Alliance is going to be doing that work for at least 7 generations to come. So let's just take the first step first, which is, by the sounds of things, the Science of Sound Matrix.
Get it tangible.
Yeah, tangibility first step, because we want to, every week we're going to be bringing a new alliance, multiple new guilds in, and so what we want to do is just focus that this works, and then the money is just going to be pouring in, because it's like people are waiting for a new model that works. As we now transition, firstly, just thank you so much, Andrea, for volunteering to be the Sherpa for this. Deep, massive appreciation for that. Leo, thank you for real-time offering to financially support this, and bringing Psyche on as a founding member of the Alliance, modeling real-time. It's awesome. So we'll kick off the meeting tomorrow at the same time at 1:30. We're starting our day at 11 and going through to 3:30 with these on the same Zoom link. And so we'll come back tomorrow, and we'll start a WhatsApp group with those that joined the Alliance. And feel free to use that. And ultimately, we're going to create a digital space for collaboration as well. But come to what you can through the week. Don't feel the pressure. And also, if you would like to self-organize outside of these times we put in, that's most welcome as well. And so next, just to
thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you.
Hey, Brian.
Thank you.
Hey, Leo.
Nice to see you off the mountain.
Mark, you're most welcome to stay. Connie, you're most welcome to stay now as we move into the next the next guild focus. Which thank you, Serena and Emil, for being Sherpas on this. This is the Sound Portal Guild. So all things sound and space, physical spaces, public spaces, and so we had. We can go through the day. We had an hour and a half of the food game do their seeding this morning. Already lots of connections, and then we moved into an hour of led by Shane, shepherded by Shane, an hour on Sound Technology Guild. Then we had an hour on the Sound Now Alliance, and now here we are for Sound Portals. So it's been an amazing day. Over to you, Serena. Thank you so much.
I'm actually just going to pause you guys for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I actually have to get going because I have a 3 o'clock.
You go, Shane. Thank you, Jane.
I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Lovely, all of what's been done here. So looking forward to it.
Appreciate you, Shane.
Hi there. How's it going? Can you guys hear me? Awesome. So let's just drop in for a second. I know that we've been already in a lot of meetings, but let's just collectively come into this one for a moment. Let's take a deep breath and release all the air out through the snake-like sound that we've been working with. One more time, just fill your belly with air, feel it expand. And as if you have infinite snake-like energy, just release it out. One last time, just like that. Deep breath one last time. All right. So I don't believe I've met everyone on this call. So what would be really helpful is just to, maybe we can just go around and just say hi and connect a little bit, and then we can jump into how we can start moving the needle forward a little bit with this, and what that looks like, what we want our common mission and goals, and sort of what our vision is for this, so we can all come on the same page with that and work backwards from there. I'll go first. I'm Serena. It's really nice to meet you. I haven't met you, Mark, and I think Connie. Nice to see you, Lucinda and Emil, and of course, Savannah House. I'm calling in from San Francisco, and I'm an Ayurvedic practitioner and sound therapist, and I work a lot by using the five senses, and sound being one of the ways we can release energy and things that are causing overstimulation in our body. Emil, you want to introduce yourself as my co-Sherpa?
Yeah, totally. So my name is Emil. I am calling in from Maui, Hawaii, and I have a powerful vision of bringing sound into hospitals and more spaces via practitioners and technology. I teach voice empowerment for release and healing, and also teach overtoning and throat singing. And I just got off an amazing one-on-one session with a person, so I feel really energized in my sound vibration, and glad to bring that here to co-create in this, incredible vision of the future now. Right, and whoever would like to go next, go ahead and take the floor. Mark or Connie?
Yeah. It took me a second to find the unmute button. So I'm Mark. I'm from San Jose, California. So I'm just south of San Francisco. My desire of being here and being invited here was to find out a little bit more about what y'all are doing, and to see how I might be able to apply my promotions. My background is an event producer, but also have been for the past year and a half producing sound healings in San Francisco. So my interest is in not only in fixed facilities to continue to do events, but I'm also developing a sound system that's going to be able to go mobile. So I'll be able to take it, on the road. I just described yesterday to somebody that I feel like I'm going to be a gypsy, bringing sound pre-recorded and maybe even pre-engineered, I guess is another way I like to describe it, and taking it mobile and going to different places. My original intention was to take it to Burning Man this year, but that has changed a little bit. There's been a cancellation of that event, so now I got to figure out how I can take it and do something with it. So I'm interested in everything to do with sound and sound healing, and to bring it to the people and not just have it in a fixed facility. So going mobile with it.
Yes.
Ooh, that sounds awesome. Right, Connie or Lucinda, awesome.
I'll go. I can only be on half of the call. I was in the previous call and thought I would stay on. I really love listening, hearing the sounds of all of you, and not just the sounds of all of you, but the vibrational level that you all speak from. And so I'm a therapist, a transpersonal therapist, and been specializing in different approaches, working with, I would say trauma, but how to really work through our mapping and to step into more of the quantum field of who we are. And I was introduced to sound meditation about, I just have been immersed in the training. And I just have a real passion as I just see within sound, it's the vibration and the energy of everything, and how to bring it out to help raise our consciousness and help to work with our consciousness, and especially where I feel like we're going now, particularly what this pandemic brought out. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Lucinda. I think I've met quite a few of you already in some of our sessions. And I think my passion, especially with this, I don't know, are we a council? What are we right now? A guild? Whatever this portal is, the sound portal thing is, an idea that I had a while ago, which I sent out to everyone I call it Scape, and it's more really about sound play. It's kind of similar to an idea that Serena had in creating kind of escape pods and plonking them down like TARDISes in the middle of cities as a cross form of entertainment and healing. And without going into too much detail right now, I'd be happy to send that document around again. But I'm not sure how viable that is in the world that we live in right now with COVID. But it's definitely to do with more of an entertainment, experiential, and healing awareness type of thing. Different programs every 20 minutes, a visual stimulus and a non-visual stimulus. I think better I just send you the doc. For those of you that haven't, can you just raise your hand if you've read that document so I can see? So 2 of you have an idea. I'm happy to send it to the others so you can have a better idea about it. And yeah, my background is that I'm a composer of music. I'm an entertainer. And so my interest in healing and sound and everything is one of application. I'm the person that's going to create these compositions and bring flow, not just frequency, but flow through music. So I'm very interested in the science matrix to really understand the timbre and pitches of each instrument, and then apply that to the actual composition of sound. So I want to make recordings, whereas Emil, you're doing wonderful things with sound healing live. I've yet to accomplish that feat of accomplishment. So that's me. And I play the harp, which is a very healing instrument. That's my natural instrument. So I heal myself every day.
Awesome.
I'm cooking. I'm sorry, I haven't eaten today, so excuse me
Yeah.
for running around the kitchen.
I'm
Totally.
doing exactly the same. Just got some kitchery about to come out for us.
Yummy.
It's actually Hunter cooked it. It's not just kitchery. It's like mixing my ancestry. It's kitchery and borscht. It's beetroot kitchery.
Whoa.
Which I as a I'm Polish. My ancestors have been eating borscht for like 28 generations. And then I'm a Windian, that I spent my childhood going to India every year. So it's like, I'm excited for this lunch.
Yum, that sounds amazing.
Who hasn't gone?
Andrea could go, or you or Brian. Andrea?
I just came in for a little bit because of the sound portals and my access into healthcare, hospitals, in-home care, and kind of like architectural and engineering in that space, and being able to kind of flow in with sound in order to keep everything more healthy in the long run. So that's why I'm just sitting in this, just to kind of hear, because I know that all of them go together. So, so thank you for having this.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm here at Savannah House. Have been sort of helped start this with Lucian and the Unified Planet game as it's been evolving, and holding more of like a meta level of sort of observing how these guilds and alliances are evolving, and really excited for you all and your participation in this game and what you're bringing. So just sort of watching it unfold and taking notes around how we might be able to understand other tracks of the game evolving. So we just had the first gathering of food this morning, and those food groups will be breaking out into guilds and councils as well. So here in just watching what's happening and really enjoying it as well.
And your name is Brian, right?
Brian, yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
So, Andrea, because you were in the other meeting, I would love to know just kind of how the conversation unfolded, and if there was things that you took away from the last hour of connecting.
that it's more about education and getting the right words about sound, the vernacular, the common language, in order to get sound healing to the greater commons that people that may not understand what it is in the first place or choose it as an option for healing. And I think given the time that we're in COVID and isolation, the aspects of sound healing and integration into a more stabilized state going forward in order to evolve in creating new projects is going to be more, it's going to be needed more and more. I think sound is going to be chosen over other things or different modalities over other things in the longer run. Now that COVID's kind of put us on pause to really get clear on exactly what our, health or stability is going forward.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some deliverables. I need to write a little bit after this. So.
Cool.
Yeah, I would love to say I was really excited by something you said, Andrea, in one of our earlier meetings about seeing how hospitals being built could have a space that's specifically for sound or modalities of this style, and kind of how we can start working sound as a therapy and healing modality more into like the infrastructure from the ground up within the health and healing system. And I also believe, Mark, you said something about, fixed sound facilities, and that's also something that came up big in the earlier discussion around the original 8 projects we came up with, which we condensed into 3. And I also know some people in San Francisco that are interested in that too, and I've done a lot of event work and production with sound healing in San Francisco in the past years, so we might have some of the same friends and connections. And the moving system sounds really cool too, so I'd love to hear more about that in time with this. And I'm just excited in general and want to hear more where the energy is within this group that's forming together.
One thing, let me put this up. So I can contribute my piece. I've just been eating this cabbage that we picked. It was from Bolinas the other day, where you go and there's nobody that works there. You just, it's contribution based on the farm. You just pick what you want. So just my kind of piece on for this guild is here to be of support. Firstly, my own experience with sound, every transcendent experience I've had, every single one, and I've had many through my life, I've heard of familiar sound. And so, this just what we're doing here with sound portals is absolutely like fundamental to my own direct experience of how we do healing. And so just bringing that, I'm by no means a sound expert myself, although I'm connoisseur, curator of it. But in particular, where I'd love to offer my contribution to this guild is thinking about how these sound portals could be ways to play the game, where we could combine location-based immersive experiences. So these physical spots actually become like gathering spots, like multi-purpose, basically. Because I'm a big believer that we can get funding for location-based immersive experiences to play the Unified Planet game. A big part of it would be accessing sound technologies, and so we can bring character and myth into these experiences, which would just give them more like, their places to gather, essentially. So I'd love to just throw that in the mix, and just say from our side, we will show up every day this week at the same time with this Zoom link, and just we're here to support. Like we kicked off food this morning, and so now it's like the 2 guilds and the council meet, and we're looking for ways we can support basically the direction the guild wants to take. sprouting is going in a particular direction. And that's the goal for this week, is by the end of the week, we know what what's going to be the focus area of this guild. And we know the next steps that take us into Blossom, where we start to cross-pollinate that, and it becomes a focus. And then ultimately we'll go into Harvest, which will then be about like, how do we move the capital in to realize these projects. So yeah, feel free, Serena, if you wanted to meet outside of this hour this week, you're very welcome to. We can set up a WhatsApp group, and we're going to set up a digital space to collaborate as well. And feel free also, we're going to cap this week at 8 people. But as you go forward, you are like co-founders of the Unified Planet. You are founding players. And so you're structuring this guild as you see fit. Like, you're pulling in the people that you think should join this guild for it to be effective. And so we're just going to support if there's like ways that you're like, okay, we need someone like this. We're going to kind of try and go out and do that to maximize the kind of success rate of the guilds and alliances that form. So that's
awesome.
about it right now. So cool. Anyone else didn't go yet?
Dominic just joined. Maybe you want to quickly say something.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to wait for a different link, so I got confused on the links there. I think I was waiting for a separate room that Serena was starting.
Yeah, we moved it at the end. It was my bad.
Okay.
I should have sent an email as well, but we were originally going to separate the Zooms, and then we thought, for the purpose of serendipity, which is exactly what's happened, we wanted to keep the Zoom. So we're going to have every day, we're going to start our day with food at 11 a.m. and finish it with the playing Portal Guild at 3:30.
Okay, no problem. I mean, I couldn't join it until a little later anyway, but nice to see you all.
So the question, Dom, was, like, what are you bringing? What's your vision for the guild, and like, what's your availability? Basically, a little bit deeper introductions. I know you may have met Mark before, but like a little bit. I described earlier on the guild that we had earlier. It's a little bit like that moment in Captain Planet where we all put our rings in and we go and say like, this is what you're bringing, and so just inviting that.
Yeah. So I mean, are we still kind of within the format of the soundscaping?
Yeah, maybe Serena or Emil, you can kind of catch up on like what basically what catch Dominic up on like, what the...
Yeah, we combined a few projects, soundscaping included, as well as sound portals and sound play. So this guild or group is focused on the soundscaping, which we spoke about within our subtopic, and also bringing sound to lots of different spaces, and implementing it through play, and also sound portals, which like Serena and Lucinda have done a lot of work in, and Andrea with bringing sound into hospitals and that idea. So there's a bit of a mesh going on, and we're seeing where the energy is regarding all that within this group.
Cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm on a little bit of catch up. So
Perfect.
yeah, definitely from my background as a sound practitioner, you know, I've kind of touched on different areas. So it's exciting to be able to cross-pollinate here to see where else I can figure out kind of where we can move forward with this. So yeah, I've worked with teams on the clinic side. So when we're looking at sort of taking it out into different communities, that obviously ties quite a lot into any kind of hospitals or, you know, where we would look to go in that has certain regulations like HIPAA regulations, how we can get it in there as an alternative. So as this is a private clinic with an advocate that loves, you know, sound healing and had gone to Danielle's sound baths, fun enough, then that's an easier in. So it's like that public-private sector is the two sides that I've always been seeing. So the public school system, where we've talked about how to get sound events or even bowls for classrooms into a school and what the restrictions are. And then where you can look at sort of private places which have a lot more autonomy about what they can and can't do. So I've always sort of felt like a multi-pronged approach. Yeah, I mean that for me kind of is the area I feel most knowledge about and specialize in, and then the other side of it is really kind of ways that we can get it out there. I think there's a massive untapped opportunity, and I don't feel there's been a big consolidated effort to create something to move forward, to present to different organizations, and I think it would be a lot of places would be really happy to try this out, to implement it, but there hasn't been this sort of mass, I don't want to call it mass marketing, but really approaching the market from all these different levels. So I think for me, I'm always looking at the private sector, public sector, what's easy, what's approachable, but I think there's so much opportunity there to what's happening here, to create that something that we can present to people is just going to be very powerful. The other thing I'm also looking at is any way that we can give more credibility to something we all know works and is amazing, but we're still dealing with that, people's mindsets. So anything we can do around research, white papers, things like that, I think is really essential as well. I mean, it's how meditation got a foothold, really, with so many amazing organizations starting to look into that and doing real research. I really believe that's something we have to have as well. It's not essential because often, as we say in England, the proof is in the pudding. Once you can get people into this, once you can get them to experience it, they see the results themselves. But when moving it forward into different places, organization spaces, we have to look at what is some of the points of resistance and how do we move through those. And I think sometimes research, sometimes people need that proof first.
Well, that's actually so John, thank you for that. And we just met earlier with the Sound Council, now called Sound Alliance, and that's one of the purposes of the Sound Alliance, to do the research.
It's a little hard to hear you, Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian, we can't hear you very well.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah.
So I was saying the Sound Council, now called the Sound Alliance, that just met earlier, basically charged with that research. Andrea's the Sherpa of that, and it's starting by focusing on the sound and science matrix.
Mm-hmm.
That research, like part of the way we're thinking about this is a guild is like a train, an alliance is like a train station. And so the purpose of this guild is specifically to look at like how sound in space, like how can we create immersive physical experiences, and like what would that look like in, we could go into public spaces like outside, like city center markets, that kind of thing. We also look at like public spaces like airports, train stations, etc. Look at hospitals. We could also look at these like a sound portal concept like Selena had, where we could have even things like shipping containers could be turned into like adapted movable sound experiences. So that's the kind of thing we're looking at with this guild. And the most important thing right now is that we start with what's achievable. Like we're on an 8-week journey, so what's achievable with this guild by harvest stage, which is the end of this 8 weeks. Which, by the way, you're not committed to that. But what the journey is committed to is if we successfully harvest, everybody that was involved along the way shares in the harvest. But so that's the idea. Is it's super pragmatic. We deliver first because the intention is that this guild has got a long life ahead. It needs that first success to then propel it, and that's going to be how funding comes as well. The more successes happen, the more money is going to cycle through the game.
Yeah.
I wanted to, I really loved Lucinda's document and her design, like the outer shell of what she had her vision of. And I would love for everyone to kind of see both of these and then also kind of share, if we could like just start kind of aligning our ideas around what this container could look like and where it could go and how like you were saying, Lucian, what other ways are we going to like build this project to be not just focused on sound but also like the greater part of each of these missions that the Unified Planet as a company or as a kind of collective is going for. So I had a couple questions, Lucian. When you said that, I wanted to ask just for clarification. Let's say that I'm part of the food people. Are you thinking that I could go in and check on something in my game or in my world of food and also receive some more information or a sound healing, et cetera, et cetera? Is that what you were sort of going for with it? I want to know what you meant by other connections with these immersive portals and what you see people being able to do other than maybe, you know, getting a direct healing or having some kind of
I see, and I totally see what you're meaning there, and conscious of not wanting to throw in curveball tangents, but the idea is, so I'm going to give the example of how we've been thinking about Savannah House, this physical space we're in, because it's a good illustrative point. So when we took in on Savannah House, it's this 7,000 square foot like historic building on Alamo Square that's built on top of the well of the Ohlone people. So it's the oldest gathering place in the Bay Area. And it birthed the Golden Gate Bridge. So it's like full of myth and history. When we took that on, we described it as a prototype planetary embassy. And the intention was that what we were prototyping in this physical space that would gather before COVID 100 to 300 people a week, what we were prototyping was that every city in the world should have a planetary embassy, a place to gather people together to work on systems change, to work on like what are we evolving into, because like we won't have a future civilization unless we have a different one than now. And so that was an example of a location-based immersive experience to take people on like, you know, this global network of planetary embassies. Now, similarly, if you think about that as like, that's a real estate play, and actually one that you can raise a shitload of money for, because you've got a whole business model stacked on top that we're proving here at Savannah House to go and say, let's create a global cooperative that funds every nation. Every city should have, because it's like a new governance model. Similarly, we could create a stackable business around these sound portals where people that are playing the game can come into these physical spaces and have things like they could step into their 20-30 character in their lunch break. And so these physical spaces could be literally places where you come in to jump back into the better story. And back into like a new way of making myth, a new way of experiencing ritual, a new way of like essentially they're like the mobile Masonic lodges of the new, you know, they're like they could go around and they could be like immersive experiences. There's all sorts of things we can think about what these spaces would be, but the idea is that like we can play with different technologies, and sound and light and basically all forms of transcendental experiences will be really powerful as a way to bring into these physical structures. And that's the kind of thinking of like the Unified Planet is how do we invite as many players as possible through these kind of experiences that can be on every like in every city.
Awesome.
I think one thing that's been mentioned, and what we were discussing in the council was to try and come up with some tangibles, make some decisions about what we can move forward with. I really like the idea. I think what's ubiquitous is the idea of something being portable and mobile, Mark, I think you mentioned something to do with that. Definitely, Serena, your project looks a little bit more sophisticated than that. I think my idea was to actually 3D print the pods, you know. But I think I like what you said, Lucian, about the shipping containers. I think the idea of it, you know, like in a lunch break, people are now pushed to go and have like cosmetic surgery in their lunch break, you know, like just 10 minutes, let's just do a lipo, like a smart lipo and go back to work, like in half an hour, right? I like the idea of promoting, again, it comes back down to the other thing, sound resonance and how we speak about this, of, you know, how about on your lunch break, you pop out to the sound pod, wherever that may be situated, and have your sound break, your break, whatever that is. But definitely coming up with something to move forward with, especially almost like a prototype model. Maybe a shipping container is the answer to that. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's what's this thing called in America, an Airstream thing? You know, maybe something a bit more beautiful, you know, than a shipping container. Something could be transported around. That could be like some kind of a launch pad, an entry point. I know for a fact that what I was trying to do would require quite a lot of funding. I definitely identified the right kind of potential partners and sponsors for that, but I think we're a ways away from that. And sound health being the main agenda here, maybe that's something to get the ball rolling, or to, you know, I can't speak. I can't articulate what I'm trying to say. I mean, I'm muting.
No, I think you're actually right on the money. I think
Totally.
I think you also have to
you're-
take into consideration the social distancing. If they keep that up, that's one of the things I think going forward might be something to just be aware of in the creation of that, which is kind of sucks, but it's just, it might be part of what we have to deal with.
You're incredibly correct about that. Yeah, that is correct.
Can I throw it out there? I again live in San Jose, but I was up in San Francisco on Saturday. This is actually where I ran into Lucian again, and there was like probably thousands of people in Golden Gate Park that were assembling, and there was respectfulness with respect to time. I mean, spacing and stuff like that. But one of the things that I was encouraged by was that there's a lot of people who are just like, you know what? They're comfortable with being in people's space, and there was a lot of hugging going on that I saw, and actually I participated in as well. No shaming. So I think that that's something that we need to not worry about so much, the social distancing aspect of it, because the people that we're probably going to be attracting are those people who are comfortable and understand that if your immune system's right, you know, you're going to be okay. And sound healing is also part of the contribution to the enhancing of one's immune system. So I would want to focus on the positive side of it, and that we're creating these spaces that people can utilize either independently or and maybe a small groups, because I'm a group person. It's like, man, I can't wait to put stuff together. And ironically enough, I don't know who created that last PDF that was I linked up to and went to it. Serena, I think you did it. And I opened it up, and it shows a picture of an Airstream there, which guess what Mark has? I've got a 31-foot Airstream that is huge. So,
yes.
Speaking of mobile, I mean, I was thinking about, you know, amplified music on the outside, or even I'm looking at you, Serena, right now, and you have headphones on. That I also have a couple hundred headsets, which there's technology now available. And since I already got the microphone here, so I've been to events in San Francisco at Envelop. Envelop has a space inside the Midway. And if you've been to this experience, it's an all-encompassing 32 speakers that gives you this complete ambisonic surrounding 3D sound experience that actually I had, the first time I went there, I had a sound healing experience that brought up and communicated, I had emotion coming up out of it. And I had been going exclusively to live sound healings, of which Shane was one of the most impressive sound healers. He's not on the call anymore, but you know, even if he was on here, I'd say the same thing. Shane is incredible when he does his sound healings. To be in a live experience, absolutely want to endorse that, but we can't always do that. So I am very interested in recording people and creating these experiences, because I know based on actual experience, you can have a pre-engineered or pre-recorded sound experience that you can put in headphones in amplified sound, you know, with a bunch of speakers, and it's doable. So you can bring it to people, you know, and I think I'm also working on back channel. I'm working on actually creating a situation where you can actually do this stuff with ambisonic recording, that, you know, that 8-dimensional sound experiences that you can get through headphones. The stuff's unfucking real, what we're able to do now. And this connects to the 5G stuff, which it can now transfer all that information super quickly. So technology's here. We just got to figure out how to wrap it up and bring it to people wherever they are. For those people who want to congregate together, I'm fucking all over it. I will show up with all my shit in my Airstream or whatever. And or if they also, we want to provide an opportunity for them to get it. If they're not comfortable with being outside, or, you know, want to stay sequestered in place, then provide them something there as well. So I don't know. Thanks for letting me share that with you, because this is the portal prospect of it. When I saw that, again, that imagery of the places to go to, and the containers. I love the idea of a container, but it's kind of problematic because they have to be fixed and placed. You know, they're not really mobile. But
in my belief, it's like there's multiple ways of doing this sound experience. I was in corporate wellness for a long time, and there's meditation rooms in office buildings all over the place that are just like, there's a chair and a lamp and nobody has it. Like, make that into one of these sound portals. Have a small pod, a 3D pod like Lucinda brought up, where that can be in an airport terminal, that can be in a hospital space, that can go into a school. Have an Airstream where you can drive it and get to people. Have a headphone, eyeglass experience, like as much as we can. To me, it's like that sound medicine, and then putting that fully, you know, immersive experience into as many fields as we can. So, you know, like Mark said, people that want to stay home alone, or people that are in an office space, or people that want to go have a group activity, like multiple avenues around that.
I agree, but I just want to, Serena, you were going to finish up something. I'd like to say something, but I just want to make sure you finished.
I actually, I'm just taking it all in and really excited. And I guess the one thing I'll say is I would love to, before the call ends at 3:30, kind of see where everyone is at in terms of their time for the week, so we can maybe plan one more call or meeting outside of this 1 week that we have, you know, one time scheduled. But yes, please go ahead, Dominic, and share.
Yeah, thank you. So I didn't manage to be on as many calls last week, so I just wanted to give a little bit of a brain dump, if I may. So some of the ideas I've had around this over the time. So I see these sort of two options for indoor, outdoor, or creating indoors, outdoors, you know, variable things. I've always liked the idea of, and I've looked into this, a simple stage platform big enough to fit one person on with maybe a dozen bowls. And I was going to start doing that at Lake Merritt and start to work with any local business. You know, there's some different places there. And just be there and offer it, and maybe get 2 or 3 sound practitioners and just do an afternoon of it. And I think that can happen when you see yoga in the park. You know, it's an offering. However we do that, if it's someone we can say, well, this is just one person, we'll pay for them to show up to this. For me, that's a big reach. That's getting to a lot of people, and that's getting to people that may not be so interested. So I love this idea of it. You know, I've always thought about a coffee shop, a big coffee shop with a you know, sound healing going on during the lunch hour. So people are getting it that way, and it's about sparking curiosity. Definitely on my mind has been for a long time thinking about having some kind of yurt. So it's a dome space works so well with sound. It's like the most natural way that we can have sound is within a dome. So yeah, if there's something, if that's a cost-effective way of doing it, you know, the price of a yurt and the transporting that and setup. I love the idea Mark was saying of an Airstream, because you can use that as some kind of base with equipment, with different options, but at least you can have that around and go places. I think for me, going to a bigger scale, and yeah, there's so many localized places where you can do this, spaces where you can have it, offices, and you can go in there. And I think a lot of us have already been doing that, going into businesses, corporations, various spaces, people's back lawns, whatever. One thing I was working on and got delayed by all the fires is I was going to plan, I have some connections in Yosemite, the park managers. So we were going to do a big outdoor sound event and bring along a lot of the community I work with, children with autism. And so we would have this free event in the backdrop of Yosemite, and we would do it for something that is like just so beautiful for the carers, for the parents. And I believe that's going to get a lot of traction in terms of promotion and people being really interested in this whole combination. So, and if you mic it up, if we have like a sound system, a sound rig built into that, then we can have quite a big event. But I'm thinking that's sort of another way we can do it. We can think of big things, like where could we do it in spaces where people are like, wow, that's really cool, in like tunnels and all over the place, So it's just thinking outside the box where people are interested in where the location is. They're interested in the sound, but they're also interested in who we're doing this for. So that's my brain dump. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's all really awesome. And I see there seems to be a lot of resonance around the idea of structures that can be brought easily to institutions and placed there either permanently or semi-permanently, almost like phone booth or larger style. I think I saw an ad for something like that recently. And I think that's beautiful, and I'd love for us to keep developing that intention and idea. And I feel a lot of resonance around a more permanent place, because I envision, sound healing becoming more culturally just noticed and more rooted into what people are like, oh, that's a thing. That's like a sound healing space that like we see it every day when we go by, and it's just like a natural part of how we live. So the rootedness of sound spaces and something more permanent on some scale strongly interests me, and also as I can see it as a base for producing and creating and production for the structures that are more mobile and are going to other places as well. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of good energy.
Beautiful synthesis there, Emil. And by the looks of things, this is the kind of perfect project to take this sprout stage, because Mark, you already have like a physical structure of like Serena's designs of the 31-foot Airstream that could become the Unified Planet sound portal prototype and get funded for, it's all, you could see we have all the ingredients here. So I think for this week, to Serena, your invitation of just the next sort of 5 minutes is just to like think through what do you need to take this guild forward. We're here to support. You can invite additional members. Each guild can have up to 8 people. Is kind of the first structure we're thinking, just to kind of make sure it doesn't get unwieldy in the beginning for this first week. But as this week goes forward, you can kind of take the guild any way you like into projects. We're gonna try and provide structure that allows the guild to be like a DAO, like a way for you to reward and remunerate for all the people that have been in the formation process of that guild into something that's harvested. And so it creates like a flywheel. It's like a new way of defining wealth, is people's contributions to the commons. And so we're thinking about those structures, and this is kind of like our experiment of like how we work with you and together to enable that. So our recommendation was 8 hours, but it's like really it's your own time, whatever works. We're gonna structure the 4, and then you can meet outside of that if you like. It's really just at your discretion, and your shepherding, and Emil, your shepherding.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Thank you, Lucian. I appreciate that. And I definitely want to get in on the same page with Emil too, with what we need. So we're going to actually catch up after this call to talk about that a little bit. But whoever's on this call right now, I'd love to know, number one, if you're interested in taking this forward and, you know, really moving through this, and if you have the capacity to meet for 1 extra hour during this, you know, during this whole thing each day.
Is that now? You want us to answer now?
Yeah, I'd like to know, you know, if like number one, you're like wanting to be like all the way in and play the game, and then number two, kind of what your capacity of time would be if we had, you know, another 2 hours of meetings during this week, where we maybe break it up into 30-minute meetings each day or 2 meetings, sort of kind of thing.
I'm definitely available. I probably would like to agree probably a different time, just because I'm live broadcasting quite a lot this week, and like I have to shoot off in a minute and start prepping for that. Just one other thing I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, just to raise, is perhaps you just raise the subject of content. I think content is really the most important thing here. If we're doing something that's mobile, whether we're going into well-being in corporate offices, it's discussion around content that's pre-produced, available, plug and play, or like live, if you get what I mean. But I think content's a really key aspect here. And that's, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and we can do a whole session on content, right? And what that looks like to empower other sound healers, other types of, you know, there's so many different modalities within sound healing, and it resonates differently with different people. So there's a lot that we can talk about around programming and content in these, as well as sort of integrating the unified planet theme as part of the content as well, and understanding that higher structure. So definitely really excited, Lucinda, that you're on board. And Mark, thank you for saying that you can, or you're open to the kind of freestyle conversations and things like that as well. I would like to personally catch up with Emil today and then have more conversations about how we can move forward. But if we could all kind of just get everyone's understanding of where they're at. So Mark, I know you're in. Lucinda, I know you're in. Emil, I know you're in. Dominic, how's your time looking this next week?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% in, and I'm formulating my time as best I can to join every day. An hour is good for me around this time, but I you know, I can be flexible. But for me, this feels like a priority. I've got a shitload of other work going on, but I'd rather be here. I'd rather be here with you. So I'm just trying to figure that one out, and that my commitment is to this group. So I'm sorry I haven't been as available last week, but I really want to be part of this. It's crucial, it's important, and it's exciting. So I'll do my best to whatever timing is required of us this week to be part of it. I really want to be.
Thank you. And I'd love if, Lucinda, totally hear you on the time, but if it works, we'd love to like keep this each day so that we can join in listening. We're going to be like threading. And then if you want to meet any outside of this time at any other time, totally cool as well. But if we could just try and keep this being a way for, our intention is to do as much weaving as possible between the other groups and to really get a good understanding by the end of this week of what's coming through, so we can connect dots.
Yeah.
And bear in mind on us, we've got food running and the other two as well. So we're like a bit of a juggle to do that. But I think
and I kind of came in here because of hearing what's kind of happening with resonance and seeing what the projects are, you know, going forward, and how either I can assist but I don't know timing because I'm in the other one as well. So
yeah,
but I'm seeing like what you guys are doing to understand, okay, what's the narrative? How is it coming out? Like bringing that into the field in a different way. So
yeah. This time
My
works for me as well. Just to say this is better because of quite a lot of my clients are on the East Coast, so it's afternoons are always a little slower for me. It's better.
Well, our commitment is to run every day from 11 a.m. until 3:30, and like do this until Thursday.
Okay.
We like see who, and then each, every week we're going to see new guilds and councils develop. So we're going to try and like continuously spread. We get the joy of being part of them all. So
Definitely.
like best learning journey ever.
Could I ask one more question just quickly? Sorry to take up so much time. Obviously, we're going to be distilling our ideas down to things that we think are achievable, nice to have, easy, low hanging fruit. Like, how do we get it out there? So I see that, on a literal level, on a business level, it will be good to have an outcome that basically says this is the funding we'll need for this individual stream, this project. So, I mean, I definitely know that that's something I'm really excited to be part of as well, in terms of just figuring out what can and can't be done and what it will cost.
100%. So that's going to come through. We'll develop that this week, and the next week is Blossom.
Mm-hmm.
We'll really bring those out and like cross pollinate.
Yeah.
And then the following week will be, we've got a week off in between, so that obviously can continue if we want to evolve in that week off. But then there's harvest, and that's where we really want a harvest stage that we've got some like tickets. This gets that, and we can go to funders and say, here's a menu of everything that's come through this, and then week by week that menu keeps growing. And so you can imagine in like 3 months time we will have a fundable, we can go out and rate, say like for $100 million we can do all of these things and like put money here. And that's like, we need to start moving trillions of dollars, and the way to do that is stack all the solutions together so that like we can start moving bigger amounts of money. Because weirdly, it's probably easier to raise $1 billion than it is to raise like fractional. It gets, the more money raising, the easier it gets, weirdly. So that's part of the reason we're thinking about this stackable model where each guild and council is like saying how much money is needed and what it's needed for, so that in a few months' time, there's like, can go to the bigger funders.
Yeah. Perfect.
And all the way along the way, proving the model.
Yeah.
And we're just going to keep experimenting until we get that.
Yeah. And that's super cool. I love that concept that the more you're asking for, in a sense, the easier it gets to ask. I want to clarify with Serena, you're saying that you're asking if people are available to basically meet another hour each day of the week.
Yeah, so I'm wondering or half an hour if it's like, a lot, but I'm wondering if we could just extend this call and continue for, another half hour, 45 minutes, if that works, since we're already all meeting kind of in the afternoon. And if Lucian, we need to meet on a different Zoom link, we can, if you need to go.
You can totally stay here. What we do, we normally meditate together as a house at 3, and we've shifted it to 3:30. 3:33 right now. So just in terms of our, like, you can keep this Zoom link, we can sign off, and you can continue on it. So feel free. And then and if people need to go, no worries as well. And what we're going to do, this is important, because just the remuneration aspect, we're looking to co-create with everyone. But what our thinking is, and our ask for funders is going to be that for every 8 hours people play the game, that's the equivalent of up to $1,000. That's what we're going to be asking funders. So as people go through, everybody that participated in seed stage, essentially 1,000 stars, $1,000, and then but they can then distribute based on where they think offered the most value. So what might end up happening is, if you participate in 4 weeks, that's like the equivalent of 4,000 stars, but then others may give stars based on like being like they did such a stellar job. But all of this is an experiment. We don't yet have we don't have the projects to go raise the funding. So we're kind of like, this is stone soup. This is like a stone soup accelerator. But what we do have is the network to get the funding, and we've got structures, and like we're growing this ecosystem. So that's kind of how we're thinking about it. And also we could also just launch stars without them being exchangeable to dollars immediately. They could be exchangeable in the future, and then be an in-game currency initially. So there's lots of ways we can deal with that, but that just gives a sense for how we're thinking about, and all of that bit's an experiment anyway. We're just sort of thinking how it could be done. So
awesome.
I'll leave you guys. We'll go upstairs and meditate, and I'll leave you guys on to continue if you want. And if anyone needs to go, no worries.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you guys so much.
So I love that everyone here can stay on the extra 30 minutes. Let's plan on having that happen. And I want to count. We've got Emil, Mark, me, Lucinda, Dominic. So that's 5 of us. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we have up to 8.
And Andrea.
And Andrea, sorry, Andrea.
I'm only here for a little bit longer for this because this is your group. Like, I feel like I'm kind of like going between.
Today I'm gonna have to leave in like 10 minutes. I have to rehearse what I'm gonna perform, so I have to get my 10 minutes. Just so you know.
Okay.
Sounds good. And Lucinda, I did see one of your lives, I think last week, and it was just beautiful. Thank you for sharing your gifts with us during this time. You're very talented. So I just want to bring it up that we have up to 8 people, and I know that there needs to be some kind of organizational structure about, like, you know, who can do what and how we can attack this, and all of us kind of coming on the same page with things. But I did want to kind of hold the intention that if there is someone that you feel very strongly called to, invite them in today or early tomorrow would be the time to really get them involved so that they can be part of it moving forward. So just kind of wanted to open that up for discussion as well. And I also wanted to say, Andrea, that I love that you're here because we want to be able to like move progress and move the move the needle in our game. But I really love that there's actually a thread of what's happening in the other games here so that we can all also understand how to communicate cohesively because we are all spreading very strong messages that are interrelated. So I really do love that you're here. So thank you for giving us the time as well.
Thanks for having us.
I'm going to check in with Danielle because I'm not sure how much she was able to join last week, but she's got so much background and information and is really, doing a lot of pioneering stuff in the fields that she's working in. So I just want to check in and just make sure, because I'd love her to be within this group.
I'd like to throw something out about Lucinda. So I've actually seen her perform as well and was interested in, Lucinda, you mentioned content being, I look at it as content that's pre-recorded or pre-engineered. So is that along the lines of what you were thinking and talking about?
It really depends on what the outcome of this council is, this guild, what we end up deciding to do moving forward. Yeah. But ultimately, content is content. It's either live, as in like sound healing, what you're doing, producing live. Yep. Again, as a sound healer, that depends on either you're doing a sound bath or you're actually healing somebody on a one-to-one basis. That's a different type of content you've got to produce for somebody. In terms of the pre-produced content, my focus has very much been on that in terms of like the soundscaping in the corporate well-being sector. So I'm always thinking about barriers to entry, really, and also the most important thing is to think about what does that institution, organization, public sector, what do they need? How can I facilitate what they need to gain that, to really knock down the barrier to entries? But ultimately, with the pod, with the thing that the thing that I came up with, that's really about content. It's about visual and audio content. And it's about the technical ability to create a 5D surround sound environment where you are immersed. It's totally immersive, what I wanted to do. And my initial idea was to create 20-minute shows. I love your background because your background is like one of my shows, space. You know, let's take everyone to space. Let's take everyone underwater. Let's take everyone into calm. I think that the idea, I mean, another thing I have is I've trademarked the name The Big Sound because I think it's such a great name. And I think that's a great name. It doesn't say sound healing, but it just says sound. This is about sound. I'd love to go around the Big Sound pod. Or content is, I think, really vital here. Like, you know, what content packages are you providing a corporation? What content are you putting inside a pod? How are you approaching somebody that really needs sound healing, you know, in quotation marks? I think that's what this guild, we will decide like where we're going to focus our direction, and then we can apply that.
I think that's really true for like barriers to entry within like healthcare, because if you're bringing in like pods, you're going to come into, do you have professional liability? Is there vicarious exposure that you have? Are you going into a hospital? Like, are you going to be in a veterans hospital where you're kind of on the outskirts? Or are you being brought into specific care models that are already available? So it's like there are those barriers to entry when you get into the deeper healthcare arenas, which you're not going to see as much in the wellness and that having the pods outside, because you're going to have your own general liability, professional liability, exposures, workers' comp, any of those, because my background is also risk management. So it's like understanding like exactly what the exposures are for things, and to have like, you know, waivers, sign-offs, you know, efficacy of, you know, what do people sign up for in order to be in this in the first place. That's why I was saying before about the type of kind of form that they don't have epilepsy, they don't have any of these different things, which we don't always think about as sound healers, that those things could, like, even I see this with gongs, I see this with other instruments, I'm not sure with harp. You know, I play the violin, so it's like there's certain things about that. Some people will be in resonance and some people are not, but they have the choice if they say, okay, I'm good, I've checked off here, I'm good to go. But so you're not taking on that liability for what their health is coming into it.
Again, I think that's about how people, you're so right, about how they choose to involve themselves in that experience. I always saw it as a bit like going to the theater. You know, they, you know, when you go to the theater, they say there may be strobe lighting. Please be aware, that type of thing. I agree with you. I very much, with my idea, we knew that there'd be a lot of barriers to entry. It would mean getting involved with the cities, the municipalities, architects, you know, and so I'm just trying to find perhaps maybe this thing we've discussed, this, what is this thing called, an airstream? You know, that might be a way in. I think the health organizations are a huge barrier to entry. I mean, it's also a very long time to achieve anything. You've got to think about the bureaucracy. So I think we want to talk about, you know, what do we want to achieve, what that timeline is, and how do we want to go about doing it, really. You know, there's different ways. Remember, content can be produced either in a pod or could be sold separately or given separately, you know, as content itself, maybe through headphone, whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah. I'll just say.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I spent some time sharing through a recreational therapy department in Sutter in the Bay Area, and I also worked with a volunteer program for Kaiser. But the recreational I think it was called, no, recreational therapy, recreational something, but it was its department in itself that had its own funding, and I wasn't being paid, but there was a variety of holistic practitioners that were going in, and they brought us in as, I think, guest presenters. So this was a very simple way to have access into patients who were mostly recovering from surgery or had some level of, you know, mental dis-ease, And it was a great way for the staff and the patients to really recognize how effective the vibrations I was sharing were and how well it was received. I can go into that more. I had a lot of really potent experiences also in the Kaiser Spiritual Care Services program, where I had to go through a short training, you know, to make sure I was like, and then I had an official badge, and I was basically endorsed more clearly by Kaiser. And I have contacts within both those institutions that are very interested in what we're doing here, and I'd like to, I look forward to bringing that forward more in that area. So I'm new to getting deeper into these hospitals and aspects of, you know, I was obstructed by HIPAA from like not able to take any recordings or pictures, but there's lots of openness and possibility in these spaces, and appreciate how this is going. Right, Dominic?
Yeah, thank you. That's some really good points there. Just where I'm thinking, and I agree 100% with everyone, and especially Andrea, in terms of the risk. When I do just a sound bath that I'm doing in a yoga studio, I will, you know, as part of buying your Eventbrite ticket, you have to agree to certain things where I'm stating possibilities of what could happen, and that you agree to that. So I think that's important. So we're looking at, you know, where that counts within a space where we are part of that space, like a yoga studio. What happens if you're just putting something on outdoors? If someone says, "Oh, I had an adverse reaction, I'm going to sue you," and that was just someone walking by. So, you know, it's a minefield in some ways, and part of me I think it's just maybe coming from England, like, you don't have to sign waivers to do as many things out there. Lucinda knows. It's like there's a sort of a whole other stage here before you go and like hurt yourself roller skating or ice skating. You don't sign anything. It's just like, if you hurt yourself, that's on you. But and I think another thing that I've noticed is that, you know, if we have funding available to fund, you know, a sound practitioner as part of this group to go in, it changes a lot of things when they don't have to find the money and justify the money. So we can get past a lot of stuff, especially thinking with schools, maybe in hospitals. So if we're saying, look, you don't have to pay us, we've got that part covered. So what does that then leave us in terms of risk, what they have to do on their side, who might object? Like, you know, so saying, you know, we're not paying for this service. Like, no, you're not. You don't have to. So there's not so much you can complain about. So that's another side to think about, that if we don't have to charge any organization or whichever that might be, private, public, whatever, that we can send people in. So I've always think of this dual model. If we can make money from the big corporations doing, and I love your idea, Lucinda, as well, with doing these kind of catered experiences. So, you know, I always thought of like this pop-up, you know, you go into a big organization, Silicon Valley or wherever, and you charge them a lot of money for doing this complete experience that people can step into and immerse, from sound, like smell. You create this immersive experience. But the intention is always to like try and generate money where you can, to start pushing it and making sound available for people that don't have the money, can't easily get permission to do it, these kinds of things. So it's always like that model is like where we can. But if we have a funding source, then we can just look. That's a big barrier taken away right there. I really believe it wouldn't take a huge amount of money to really get sound healing out to the next level.
I think another idea, just going off on a tangent slightly, again, thinking about your Airstream and the mobility idea, is rather than just like healing and the actual carrying out of sound healing or this sound immersive entertainment experience that I've been talking about, I keep thinking about what you said, Dom, about like sitting in Lake Merrick with your sound bowls, and then also the ideas that have come up in previous conversations about, you know, one singing bowl for every school classroom. The idea of making it about sound play, and imagine a pod going around, and Dom, you'll get this because we're both British. I'm always thinking about, like, you know, the colloquial things that have greater significance. That there's mobile recording studios, there's the mobile libraries.
Yeah.
I like the idea of doing a traveling sound pod, maybe. That is just like the discovery of sound. It's sound play. It's a journey through sound. Come in and enjoy, like a museum of sound. Let's come in and enjoy and discover sound. It's almost like a PR agenda to bring the awareness of sound rather than the actual immersiveness. It's like phase one rather than the actual healing. Imagine going to every school, how excited the kids would be. It's common experience, the sound, like chitty chitty bang bang, the sweet guy is here. It's the sound, the big sound has arrived, whatever. That's,
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's brilliant.
Yes.
And I know every time I work with kids and do sound healing, they all want to play the bowls. And I'm always like stressed out. I always want to let them play. And I've had a couple smashed accidentally, and it is what it is. But you're right, that immersive experience when people are like, oh, can I play it? Yeah, and adults as well. I usually at the end there's like various people wanting to do that, and if I facilitate that, then people get this whole next level of experience. So I 100% there, like immersive.
But I think what we can do as a collective, over like any immersive experience that I've been to in San Francisco, and I've been to a lot of these in immersive tech things, like what's it called, Love, whatever it's called, Love Tech, whatever. They're very art orientated. It's very art. It's a bit, doing its own thing. But if we also bring to it the educational side, the vernacular that we discuss in the Sound Council, and if we bring that, then that really is getting that message out, in that way, in a fun and playful way. And it probably wouldn't cost that much money. And it comes back to the thinking about the content.
Oh, I want to jump in here real quick. Go ahead, Serena. Go ahead, Serena.
Thank you. Sorry, I really want to say this. Thank you, Lucinda, for painting that picture, and Dominic as well. And can you imagine with the design from the Airstream that I have, there's all these compartments to like hide all the technology and make it so that you're actually just able to get several pieces, like several people involved, where you're almost making it like a foot traffic kind of thing, where you're now just exposing people. You park this, well, right now with COVID, no one's in an office, but at the time when I had this idea, it was like, I'm going to go park this thing outside Google and let people wander. And even if they are not signing up for a healing and directly getting my immersive experience, they're going to go and walk through this thing. And Google is going to pay just to have that thing there for a day and sponsor that kind of education coming from their wellness program or whatever it might be. And then it's more about now people understanding the education around it, seeing these instruments for the first time. It doesn't happen just with kids. I know people, I'll show them a Shruti box or one of those hand pan drums or any of the healing chimes, the tuning forks, all of it. They're like, what are these instruments? I've never seen them. And then it becomes a point of, again, what you guys are bringing up, this play. But as an adult, that play resonates a lot because people don't have that, right? That's kind of something that they've lost touch with, and they're getting that from whatever environment they're happening to get that exposure through. So personally, we're talking about this idea. It's coming together in different lights, and as we're talking, there's these ideas about the type of programming. There's ideas about the overstimulation and like making sure that we've got these waivers, or not waivers, but just knowing that container can affect people in certain ways. What we're saying is that there's so many different ways to program the most viable product, which is this Airstream that needs to be the message, right? And where can we bring this message? And what is the thing that can actually remove the barriers to entry? How can we start, right? And if we have this empty Airstream, I'd like to give the floor to Mark a little bit and ask him a little bit more about, what this shell, if it's possible, how we can, use it if we can. Like, what are his thoughts around this Airstream and what we've talked about today, and how we can, take it forward into a place where we can see it come alive.
Okay, I'm looking at this from, my background is event producer, and I'm used to working with high risk situations, so insurance is always available. I used to rent racetracks in California, get guys on motorcycles on the racetrack, so that was high risk. So I look at this as a nominal, if we need the insurance, it's easy to get. I mean, it really is. Regarding the Airstream, I think initially it's a little bit more of a challenge to have a contained space. Well, I mean, it would be easy to convert one of these things pretty quickly. I think since I kind of have, I have 3 elements that I'm bringing: the headphones, the silent disco headphones, the outdoor or indoor space where I can actually set up an ambisonic sound system, which is like 16 speakers, like that create this incredible enveloped sound, and the Airstream being the third one, an enclosed space. And I love Lucinda's idea of the TARDIS. I'm like, oh fuck, I love that. When you said that, I'm like, oh my God, I could so set one of those things up. I mean, because I'm more on the mechanical side. So that's where my strength is developing the space. And I look to people like Dominic and Lucinda and Shane as the ones creating the content, of which they can be there. You can all be there live, or it can be pre-engineered or pre-recorded. So the Airstream, I mean, I'm like the kind of guy that'd be like, well, if we're moving forward on this, and this isn't about, for me, monetizing it. I mean, I get my income from other things, although those things have shifted actually now as well. I'm not in this for the money side of it. I'm interested in the healing side of this. I want to help people kind of get through what we're going through right now by bringing this to them, and in an open space where people, when they show up, for example, how do you resolve liability? Well, if you walk up to any experience, you have a board, something printed that says you are agreeing to that. These are some of the things that by you entering and enjoying this experience, you're agreeing to all these things here, terms of service. So that would be a real quick blanket way of just handling that. That way you don't have to people sign shit and whatever. People are going to try to, they're litigious. They're going to try to see you anyway. It's like, well, whatever, I worry less about that, having come from like a high risk, which is getting guys on high performance motorcycles on the racetrack. As long as you have some coverage, you're okay. You're going to get, you're going to be protected. So the Airstream itself, it would be, for me, that would be bringing it down to a smaller environment. I think the size that I have, I could probably get in a dozen people by moving some stuff around. But it's tighter. And at that point, I'm thinking, well, what's the return on the ROI on that? It'd be easier to just do something outside.
Yeah, could I share about that?
Yeah.
Because a vision is coming back to me that I actually had a little while ago of outdoor sound playgrounds, because I've seen this modeled in a smaller capacity at a couple different schools and public parks that have areas specifically for kids. They're kind of integrated into or near the play structures, but essentially instruments that have been built into the ground or into another structure. I've seen this with drums. I've seen it with certain kinds of chimes. And when that is present, those instruments can all be tuned to each other in simple scalar formats that people can have, kind of transcendent experiences of connection through just like resonating with a few notes. I mean, I was always an adult, but I was like, this is the best part of this playground. I'd be like showing kids how to play with these simple instruments. Because yeah, as Dominic, as you've experienced, and Mark and Lucinda, like, yeah, when people get into the bowls, or like I carry around a lot of Native American flutes, it unlocks something really, really special. And it could be an open space where, for one, there's people participating, and there's also people observing, and like, oh, I want my turn, or they're just fascinated.
I love all of this. It's just hitting everything from and Mark, just the option of an Airstream is just fantastic. It's incredible just to pull it together, because I think it in of itself covers the PR side. We've got like something like showing what we're doing. We can park up, we can create an outdoor space, it can store everything. We can have information within it. We can have the Bowls for Schools program as a part of within that. If you're a teacher that, there's just, it's perfect. It's perfect. And then you have the technology side of whether we can rig it in some ways, or we have a system that plays, and we have a whole other experiences where they're having the, using the headphones. So there's so many variables, but it creates this sort of, until we get some kind of set structure within a different, different towns or cities or whatever, that it's like this kind of resonance in it. It's where to go get a tune-up, where to go have experience, where to go play. It covers so many things. I love it.
Well, I'd like to throw it out there because, a lot of us, well, I'm going to speak for myself. I have a lot of liberty right now with respect to my time. So I'm willing to meet up. I got to tell you, I'm fucking over Zoom meetings. No offense to anybody, but I need face-to-face. So I'm putting it out there. Anybody who wants to meet up face-to-face, we can have conversations about this in detail. And I'm kind of mobile. I'm portable. I can't really, because I'm on top right now, but I'm in my studio. I have a 300 square foot studio, and I'm surrounded by, I've got 16. Huh?
We can see space. We can see the earth.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't turn off the background or whatever, but the point is that I've got the entire system I'm talking about taking mobile. It's 16 speakers. So that's the one that is, it's designed to create that ambisonic sound experience. I'm looking forward to going and beta testing this thing. So I'm ready to roll with this like as soon as next week. And Dominic, I think that, Lucinda, are you in New York? Did I hear?
No, I'm not. I'm dual, but I'm in San Francisco.
Oh, all right, great. So you're in the Bay Area. I'd be happy to meet up with any of y'all to try to like talk a little more detail. And I'm ready to take this as a proof of concept to just demo stuff. I'm living pretty boldly right now. I don't have a lot of fear with respect to, like, I'll do stuff, what do you call it, guerrilla style or renegade style? I'll go set up on a fucking beach in a heartbeat and just do stuff like that. Like I did don't judge, but the Palace of Fine Arts, I did a silent disco party for somebody who needed some love and attention. They were struggling because of their mental health was suffering, and this guy's girlfriend contacted me and said, hey, is there any chance we can rent your silent disco headsets? My boyfriend is super depressed right now because he's an event producer and all of his events have been canceled. So she's like, can we meet up at the Center Palace of Fine Arts? I was like, not only yes, fuck yes. So we met there on a Saturday night, and I guess everybody here is in San Francisco. The Palace of Fine Arts, they have that one outdoor kind of like domey thing. They call it the Dome. It's an outdoor space. It's beautiful. It's huge. We had this, I'll send later somehow a video that we took. It's for private consumption only, but it was a beautiful experience. And I want to create more experiences like that. So I'm like, fuck yes. And if the cops show up, I told them this, here's the headsets. If the cops show up, just run. I'll get the headsets from you later. So that gives you a little bit about where I'm coming from. And I'm willing to just, we could talk about this shit all day long, but I'm the kind of guy that says, let's put the rubber on the road. Let's try some shit out. I'd like to play with y'all. Amplified, not amplified, headphones, not, whatever. So tell me how I can help y'all make some shit happen.
Well, it looks like there's a few of us that are like down to meet up. So maybe we pick a time and a day and we figure out a place to meet that, and we call in anyone who can join remotely and we just meet up.
Serena, do you have everyone's contact information?
I don't. Could everyone maybe type in their information here and then I can bring us all together?
Yeah. I'm going to do that, but I have to go now. I've loved meeting all of you and getting to know you better. Mark, it was just a great pleasure to meet you today. I haven't met you before. Dominic and Emil and Serena and Andrea, it's been so nice to reconnect with you. And I shall see, are we doing this tomorrow? I don't understand.
Yeah, so tomorrow, again, we're going to meet at 2:30.
And Andrea, are we also meeting for the other thing at 1:30? Can't hear you, girl.
We're meeting the hour before, so it's...
All right, cool. All right, so I got to go. I'm going to type my email so you have it. Mark, I'm totally up for meeting. I think we should meet once, and if we meet again, I think we should all bring our instruments. And that means me bringing my harp, people. Oh, wow. Okay?
Yes. Jam session, definitely.
Give you my email.
You guys.
Bye.
Good to see you. Take care, Lucinda. Mark, where are you located?
So I'm in San Jose, so I'm not.
And I'm in East Oakland, so I'm not far from you.
Yeah, and I would love to support you in like my friend Gabriel just did a static dance event in the Golden Gate Park like last Saturday. People are fucking craving connection and opportunities. So I totally supported him, and I'd love to support you if you just want to do something out in on the around the lake or something like that. Just we could do a little post up and say it just it doesn't even have to be donation based. It can be just like getting some exposure, and people will say,
That's
hey,
it.
right. If
Yeah.
someone wants to make a donation, great, but don't make it contingent on that. Part of what I'm feeling needs to happen. There needs to be a reconnect, getting comfortable with like, is it safe to come out anymore? People are turtled up right now and they're in fear. And
Yeah, there's a lot of mental health issues. There's a lot of
totally.
suicide. There's a lot of more deaths by alcohol. I have my opinions on what's happening at the moment,
yeah.
and I don't have fear about meeting up. I want to make sure everyone feels comfortable. We can also take whatever measures make sense to everyone. My partner is a little more fearful than me, so I always want to respect her, and that it's not just me. So but I'm 100% in. Thank you. I love the opportunity to look to do more. Full disclosure, for me, I have my own business. I make my money that way. Being a sound practitioner, the work I do is really just, I say my full-time job feeds my bank. My sound practitioner work feeds my soul. It's a clear separation. So for me, this is really about how to get this out there. It's not a money thing for me. But I'm also so aware of many practitioners around me where it's crucial, and we want to get to that point where this can support people to have this as a career, like an amazing career.
So Serena, I have a question for you, and Emil too, I guess, because you guys are kind of I'm looking at you as leadership for this guild. I literally, this is my first meeting. I did sit on the ones just previous. Didn't really resonate as much with those other two, but I'm fully feeling this one here. And I'm kind of the guy that would, if there's a process such as inky dink, if you're moving really slowly and stuff like that, I'm gonna lose interest pretty quickly. Because if there's a process with Savannah House, which I love Lucian and the crew there, but if there's a lot of like really small steps happening, I'll be like, you know what, you guys figure it out. Let me know when to show the fuck up, and I'll show up with whatever. But this initial part, like what we're talking about right here, the strategy right now it's a lot of beautiful energy. Like Emil, you were saying, I would love to just move forward on something, and even if it's not the right perfect thing, it's like action. Any action would be really, really valuable for all of us right now.
Well, I love how motivated you are to just like get out and do stuff right now. And to do that and gather some material, like even just some good pictures, is something that can be taken to support future projects. Like, because as Lucian, they're working on funding, and like he was saying, if we build up lots of things that have a lot of energy around them, then we can go to bigger and bigger funders, and creating the energy now, I think that's incredible. And it's funny because while you're talking about that, there's a jaded part of me that's kind of like, oh, I hear this conversation all the time. Let's go out and like show this to 1 million people. But at the same time, like I know how powerful and incredible that is, and how much more the culture can soak that in, and how many people are touched deeply for the first time because they've never seen this sort of thing happening, and it creates community. So I think, kind of to answer your question, we are taking small steps, looking at the big picture, and to have someone like you who's so motivated to get out and be in the energy right now and harness other people that want to do that too, many of us here, like, that's incredible and amazing. And I think we're also going to finish this up in a moment, and I know Serena's got something to say.
Yeah, real quickly, Mark, thank you for saying that. And I also want to say that there's no reason why, I think all of us, the reason why the energy is so potent is that all of us have this very sacred message of healing that we have within us, right? It's not about the abundance of money or all these different things, but we are being tied to this project with this goal of funding in this new way, right? This So some of the conversations you might have missed from the last couple weeks were about this regenerative economy that's not necessarily being funded by money, but being funded by this other kind of frequency or currency of energy. So bringing that together into this concept, I personally see that there's no reason why we can't experiment in our own game. So let's, like the other day, this is where this is coming from, like about a month and a half ago, right when things were shutting down COVID style, me and my boyfriend were kind of vacationing in Laguna Beach. And I've been jamming a lot. I'm a singer. I do a lot of mantra, kind of ceremonial music. And we just decided to go to the heart of Laguna Beach. I had a huge amp and a mic set up, and I just started singing mantras. And I've got a voice that's like when it's there, it can carry. And people just like, we were in the heart of Laguna Beach, bunch of, Orange County, Republican, artsy area. And people just were stopping. And I wish I had my bowls then. I wish I had everything. But I, at that moment, was just with my voice and singing. And people were taking a moment and they were breathing in. And all this COVID stuff was happening at that, like, closing down moment. And I saw the power of just doing that. And so I want to invite that while we need to kind of have like, a little bit of a teamwork effort where everyone's kind of playing in different ways, there's room for us to really take some of this and go live with it right now. Like I would meet up with you tomorrow, with you and Dom, and go sit at the beach, bring my mic, bring my Shruti box, bring whatever, and I would just start playing. Like I'm down, let's go, right? So there's this element that we can do. And I also think in doing that, we will learn more about the structure of what might work. Like, for example, it's one thing to be exposed the way that people were in Laguna Beach to a mantra, and it's another thing to sit and have a container to really feel it and then be part of it and do the exercise. It's another thing to hear a sound bowl. It's another thing to be lying down, feeling a vibration underneath you and really feeling the frequency go through you, right? So there's two messages there, and both of them are very, very important to give right now. One of them is like the top of the funnel when you look at it from a business perspective of someone going, what the heck is that? And the second is, how can this help me? What can I do? How can I attach myself to this in a way that's beneficial? So I want to kind of, wrap that up by saying that I think there's both here. You want to put the pedal to the metal? We can do that within the game. Let's figure out how. And then number two, you're a producer, you're a business person, you've got other layers. We can also learn and grow from that and figure out how to take it quickly, move faster, right? There's not that many of us where there's like this huge bureaucracy that I'm working at some tech company where I have to have 5 layers of approval. It's literally the 5 of us and maybe 2 more, 3 more players that we want to invite. Right. Between that, we should be able to sync up and move. Make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think that...
Well put.
Did you ever hear this?
Sorry, I go on tangents.
No, it was brilliantly put. It was great. It was great.
So the philosophy that I'm hearing coming out of this right now is that there used to be this like idea of, ready, aim, fire. Well, back in the day, like Tony Robbins talked about this decades ago, where he says, he believes that it's better to have momentum and then move towards a target once you're moving. And he talks about ready, fire, aim. So by us getting out, right? Ready, fire, aim. So the ready part, we're ready. So like, for example, I'm not saying we're going to do this, but we could meet up at a space and just, like you just said, jam. And the space that I just visualized right now is actually the Palace of Fine Arts, and meeting in that space there. Have you been there or no?
Yeah, I love it.
The central area, yes,
that
gorgeous.
Dome, that enclosed dome. I mean, I look at venues all the time because I look at them as a facility I might want to use. I had actually never been there before until three weekends ago. That Saturday when we went inside of it, it was at night. It was like 11 o'clock. No, it was like 10 o'clock at night. It was fucking magic in there. And I'm like, the energy there was incredible. So because it has that dome on it, you guys playing your instruments, your bowls or your voice and stuff like that is going to carry with such resonance there. It's almost got the resonance of a church. So that would be fucking so magical to do it unamplified first, but then I could also bring some speakers and we can amplify it. But just to come in there, the space is so large, you could easily get laying down a couple hundred people there. And let me even reduce it down to 120 with distance and spacing and stuff like that. It's a large ass space. It's fucking magic. So, and we could just beta test some stuff there, you know, play around. And if anything, we're just getting some energy going, and it would create some dynamic between us, those of us that are participating. And I'm just like, you know, let's just start doing some stuff, because there has to be some action happening. And quite honestly, I was ready to go out there with just my headsets and play some pre-recorded music, because there needs to be some fucking dynamic going. People need to know that it's okay to like start to come out again, to start unturtling, because everybody's fucking turtled up and stuff. I'm like, oh my God, that's killing me. Well,
and you know, Golden Gate Park, I went there last weekend, and it was amazing energy. Like, I felt like nothing was wrong. And I was so happy. And then the minute I left, I was like, oh, like, you know, just concaved, like almost like being made to contract, you know. It was.
Do you realize it's only been like 9 weeks since we got shut down?
Feels like a lifetime.
It feels like it's like a whole, like every day is a year, you know?
Yeah, but I'm with all of you. I'm willing to push things a bit. You know, we've got to start doing some stuff, and if we do it in the name of mental health and people's wellness, I you know, we're not going out there and like, you know, say let's have a barbecue and get everyone drunk. This is what we're doing is very specific and needed, and I'm willing to like do that in order for that to happen. I don't give a shit what happens to us if we can make that happen. But I think it'll work.
I'm down to do it.
Well, I'm open to coming up to visit with either of you guys. I have I still have a space up in San Francisco. It's about a 120-year-old church that I use over there in Noe Valley. That's where I did my events at. But you know, now it's not really okay to kind of do contained events there. But we could just meet up there, just us, without doing anything there. But I would definitely like to take advantage of outdoor spaces, and then just do it, like I said, guerrilla style. You know, just roll in there, and then, you know, people, if somebody shows up or the cops show up or whatever, it's like, oh, all right, well, you know, they're not going to do anything. They'll just be like, we'll be respectful, and I just honestly don't see it really being an issue.
I agree.
Well, if a few people are meeting up and we're socially distant at the Palace of Fine Arts, and we're out on that field or inside that dome, maybe not inside the dome right away in case that causes attention.
We're going to be bold. We're going to do the dome.
Yeah, I think we should just go and do it, and just like make this part of the game and part of the experience, right? We were talking about what Emil said with you know, outside spaces in general. And while we don't have an infrastructure and the installations done, why don't we just see what happens and move from there with it, and have it be part of the testing, kitchen sink testing that we do.
Yeah, I would love to do that, and then also have maybe a pre or post conversation, because there's some stuff that using instruments, using vocals, and also the power of words. You know, like giving people, I love how sometimes...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, some of the DJs now, they're getting very clever about interlacing, like, concepts, like from Alan Watts will be interlaced in some house music or something like that, to where they're delivering them some truth bombs, and you're like, whoa, that's fucking so good. So that's where I'm coming at, like trying to, and healing things on a vibrational level. You know, those of you who were able to use your voice, like, you know, Emil, you were just mentioning that you just got off of an amazing vocal coaching experience, and then you're using your voice, Serena, to move people and move vibration and stuff like that. All I know is I know how to like work I'm like a back of the room guy. I like to do the stuff that's on the periphery, the infrastructure, and create the space and stuff like that. I love creating connection through music. It's not about me playing an instrument. I can't do any instruments. I'm not interested in doing that. But I'd love to provide the space for you guys.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you. We need you.
And I'll bring my brass bowl for you.
Thank you. I know. I've always gone quartz crystals. So yeah.
Yeah, and I love that. You know, the reason I'm into this is I had a experience in Canada where I sat in on my first ever sound experience, sound healing, was in Canada, and I had this like fucking experience where I was not in control of my body, and somebody next to me was like, yeah, I had to apologize because my body was just like going all over the place, vibrating and stuff. I'm just like, what the fuck is that? And he goes, yeah, it looked like you had a Kundalini awakening. And then
Wow.
I was just like, because it was intense. I mean, I could not, every time they spun the bowls up, I know you guys can appreciate this. Every time he spun the bowls up, my body was just starting to lift up. And then when he would bring it back down, I'm like, oh fuck. I felt like I was taken to millimeters of having an orgasm.
Nice.
And it just kept taking me up and then was dropping me down. I'm just like going, oh my God. I'm like,
That's
fuck,
so
I'm just going to blow here. And then when I came back to the Bay Area is when I started looking for this stuff. And I was looking for, I went everything from the Grace Cathedral, which was just too massive, it was too big, to somebody's house where they're doing like 13 people in their living room is all they could afford to, I mean, all they could really fit. And I was just like, nah, there's an in between. So I started then looking at, well, why don't I just start doing this shit? So I started hiring producers of music, and Shane was just one of them. I mean, I did a lot of different artists that, you know, that could play the bowls, and I interviewed them, and I just want to keep bringing it out there. It wasn't a moneymaker for me, but I know the importance of sound healing, and especially now. So, sorry, I got a little excited. And I've had
it's great.
No, it's good. It's all passion, you know,
Yeah.
and that's what makes things happen, right? Is that there's people behind it that are just intrinsically motivated by the message and the purpose of why. And I think that all of us have that here.
Yeah.
Just to add, if I may, just a big part of it as well, just sorry to Serena, is that
no, it's fine.
There's a lot of big events going on, and I'm so curious about how we create as real a sound as possible within a bigger space. But what I feel has been missing a little bit is the container that I know everyone here feels is that this is a healing modality, and you have to respect it and treat it in that way. And I think Shane said this right in the beginning. This isn't a sound concert. This is a practice. This is something we're trying to take into hospitals, into schools. So when we do these outside events, a huge part of it, which is the programming, is to make sure that we hold the space, that we let people know what's going on. We bring them in, we take them out. Yeah. So it's a really carefully facilitated experience. That's what I say. Sorry, Serena.
You know, I agree. And I think that, you know, I've caught even on these calls, like we want to make sure we're not performing, we're offering things, we're offering tools, we're sharing a message. It's not about, like you're saying, a performance. It's really like a transformance, you know, It's about helping people transmute the change, learn a tool that can help them transmute energy. And for me personally, and I know I've talked to Emil about this, and I know Dominic from sitting in circle with you, that the voice and opening and sharing how important it is to just open your voice, the powerful frequencies that come out, the words that come out, like Alan Watts, infusing Alan Watts, the affirmation that happens when you physically speak is very different than just listening to a piece of music. And for me, that's a big thing, is sharing with people that they can release energy through their own voice and their own frequency. Such a big, important message, right? Yeah. And as much as we have all this technology, when it comes down to it, it's that simple at the same time. It's multi-layers of complexity and also that simple. And that's a message. People want to be able to just take something and apply it without all of the, they don't really care. Frankly, they just want to feel the effect, right? So really teaching people, hey, if you do this, you can feel this way. This will help. And understanding that there's a flow of them even processing the information of trying. So we are going to meet again tomorrow. Yeah. Mark, I'm going to catch up with Emil right now, just kind of one-on-one, so that we can help create the right container for everyone and see how we can, you know, make the fabric work. And then separately, you know, if you guys want to figure out a time that works to meet up, I am down to meet you at the Palace of Fine Arts or wherever, and we can play as well.
Okay, just for clarity, so we're gonna have another call. This group is gonna have
tomorrow at 2:30.
At 2:30.
Yeah. So the format as we've been doing for the last 2 weeks is Monday through Thursday, same time. And
Oh, daily.
yes.
Yeah.
Daily. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we want to move. We really do want to move.
Yeah, we are moving.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I literally only got the email on this. I mean, I saw Lucian on Saturday, and he sent me an email this morning, and I was like, well yeah, I'm a fuck yeah. I just didn't know the whole. I just said yes without even understanding the whole scope of it. So
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's great.
So why don't I make a suggestion, Serena? You and Emil have your meeting, and maybe Dominic, you and I can just have a quick conversation offline, and let's actually call each other.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that way they're taking care of their business, and then you and I can just connect on a different level, and then
Yeah.
we'll look forward to tomorrow. It doesn't need to be long. I just want to touch base with you.
I'd love that. I think I've got your number here. Was it on the chat screen?
Yeah.
Let me just put it down. If you could give me like 30 minutes, I haven't eaten lunch yet.
No, yeah, do that. Do that.
So
that's totally fine. So just make it 5.
yeah, I'll probably it'll probably be about 30 minutes. Let me just put your name in so I've got it.
Yeah.
And then I can, sorry.
Yeah, and Mark, I just wanted to let you know that I've worked in San Francisco a lot. Now I live in Maui. I would love to meet you in person someday, and I know that'll happen. This is a powerful orbiting that's coming together, and we know time and space doesn't really exist.
I know that you guys in Hawaii, I know friends that are trying to go back home that live there. 2-week isolation. If you fly in, you have to be 2 weeks on self-isolation.
Yeah,
Wow.
2-week quarantine for people that come here. And there's been some publicity about people who have not followed that. But anyways, we have someone joining now.
Yeah.
So yeah, but if anyone comes out here, I can show you around for sure, and we can play with some magical vibrations.
Would love to.
These days.
All right, I'm going to say bye for now. And then, Mark, I'll call you as soon as I can.
Yeah, no worries. Cool.
Yeah,
All right.
perfect. All right.
Great. What a great meeting.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you, everyone. All right, see you tomorrow.
Ciao.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Mark left. Do you?
Rach? One sec. I need to pee. I'll be right
Okay, go
back.
pee. Go pee.
Is this Lucian time?
Hi. Yes, it is.
Perfect. Okay, just making sure.
How's it going, Rachel?
Really good. Thanks for asking. Thank you for asking. How are the meetings been going over on your side?
They're good. I think that, there's so much energy, and like it's a good thing, and now we're just trying to figure out how to kind of bring it together,
All right.
Hi.
Hey. So,
Do
let's see,
you,
we have Rachel.
do you want to catch up on, since I don't know if Lucian might have another meeting on this thing, do you want to catch up?
On another room or in a phone call?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally cool with me.
Okay, I'm going to call you. Okay, bye.
Okay.